Hello, and welcome back to Storytime with Empress Tanya. Today, we are going to read a Demon Slayer what if story made by ChatGPT on if Kanao was a spy. This was inspired by a concept that Demon Slayer's creator Quail Harugatouge thought of but scrapped. Today, we will see how ChatGPT would interpret it if Thomas was thrown into it. But without further ado, let's begin.
The night air was still, heavy with the scent of wisteria. Kanao Tsuyuri stood at the edge of the courtyard, her gaze fixed on the distant tree line. To anyone watching, she looked the same as always, quiet, composed, unreadable. That was the point. Behind that calm exterior lived a secret more dangerous than any demon. She was listening. Not with her ears, but with intent. Waiting. Measuring. Calculating. A soft crunch of gravel broke the silence. Kanao? She turned. Thomas approached, a faint smile on his face, sword resting casually at his side. He wasn't like the others, less rigid, more human. That made him difficult. "You've been out here a while," he said. "Couldn't sleep?" She didn't answer right away. She could have told him the truth. That she was waiting for a signal. That somewhere in the darkness, a demon carried orders from Muzan Kibutsuji himself. That before sunrise, she might be asked to betray everyone standing in this courtyard, including him. Instead, she tilted her head slightly. "Just thinking." Thomas chuckled softly. "That's new." He stepped closer, close enough that she could hear his breathing. Steady. Trusting. Dangerous. "You don't have to do everything alone, you know," he said. "Whatever's on your mind, you can tell me." Kanao's fingers tightened ever so slightly around the coin in her pocket. A decision. Always a decision. But this time, flipping it felt wrong. She started, then stopped. Her chest felt tight. Words didn't come easily to her, but this wasn't the usual silence. This was something heavier. Something that pulled in two directions at once. Duty. And him. Thomas noticed. Of course he did. His voice softened. "Hey, you don't have to force it." That kindness, it cut deeper than any blade. For a moment, she imagined it. Telling him everything. Watching that expression on his face shatter into something else, fear, betrayal, maybe even hatred. Her grip loosened. "I'm fine," she said quietly. A lie. Thomas studied her, clearly unconvinced, but he didn't push. "All right, but I'm here. Anytime." He turned to leave. "Kanao, you're not as alone as you think." The words lingered long after his footsteps faded. Silence returned. And then, a whisper from the shadows. "Kanao." Her body went still. A figure emerged between the trees, eyes gleaming unnaturally in the dark. A messenger. Waiting. Watching. She didn't need to ask who sent it. "What are your orders?" she said, her voice empty again, controlled. The demon smiled. "Simple. A Hashira patrol moves at dawn. You will ensure they don't return." A pause. "And the boy?" Kanao's heartbeat faltered just once. "The one called Thomas," the demon continued, amused. "He's part of the escort." The world seemed to narrow. Two paths. Two outcomes. For the first time in her life, Kanao didn't reach for the coin. Her eyes shifted, just slightly, toward the direction Thomas had gone. Warmth. Trust. A future that could exist, if she chose it. Then back to the demon. Cold. Duty. The weight of Muzan Kibutsuji's command pressing down like a blade at her throat. "Well," the demon asked. Kanao closed her eyes. And this time, she chose. But whether it was love, Or loyalty. Even she didn't know yet. Dawn came quietly. Too quietly. Kanao Tsuyuri stood among the others as the patrol prepared to depart. The sky was just beginning to pale, soft light stretching across the horizon like nothing in the world could possibly go wrong. But she knew better. She always knew. Thomas adjusted the strap on his sword and glanced over at her. "You're coming with us, right?" A simple question. A dangerous one. Kanao nodded. "I figured," he said with a small smile. "Feels safer when you're around." Safer. The word echoed strangely in her mind. If only he knew. The group began moving, boots crunching softly along the forest path. Birds stirred in the trees. Wind whispered through the leaves. Everything felt normal. That was what made it unbearable. Kanao walked slightly behind Thomas, her eyes scanning everything, the terrain, the spacing between slayers, the rhythm of their movement. Weak points. Openings. Opportunities. All the things a spy was trained to see. Her hand drifted toward her sword. Not yet. The forest thickened as they went deeper, shadows stretching longer despite the rising sun. The air grew heavier, tinged with something foul. Then. A scream. It tore through the silence like a blade. The patrol snapped into formation instantly. "Demon!" someone shouted. They came fast. Too fast. Figures burst from the trees, their movements unnatural, eyes glowing with hunger. The ambush was perfectly timed, perfectly placed. Because of her. Kanao didn't move at first. She watched. Calculated. Waited. Thomas stepped forward, drawing his blade in one smooth motion. "Stay sharp. Protect the rear." His voice, steady, commanding, cut through the chaos. He trusted her to have his back. Her chest tightened. A demon lunged toward him. Without thinking, Kanao moved. Steel flashed. In a single breath, the demon's head separated from its body. It crumbled before it even hit the ground. Thomas glanced back, surprised, but relieved. "Knew I could count on you." Count on her. The words hit harder this time. Around them, the battle erupted fully, steel clashing, demons shrieking, the forest turning into a storm of violence. This was it. The moment. In the chaos, no one would question it. No one would see. Kanao stepped behind Thomas. Close enough. One strike. That's all it would take. Her grip tightened on her sword. Her breathing slowed. Everything narrowed down to a single point. His back. Unprotected. Trusting. Waiting. Do it. The command wasn't spoken aloud this time, but it didn't need to be. It lived inside her now, etched into her very being by Muzan Kibutsuji's will. Do it. Thomas shifted slightly, unaware. Kanao, watch the left. She raised her blade. For a split second, she saw it. The outcome. Blood. Shock in his eyes. Silence where his voice used to be. And then. Another image. Him smiling in the courtyard. "You're not as alone as you think." Her hand trembled. Just enough. A demon lunged from the side, straight toward Thomas, faster than before, fangs bared. Time snapped back into motion. Kanao moved. Not forward. But across. Her blade intercepted the attack, deflecting it with a sharp clang. She pivoted, cutting the demon down in a single fluid motion. Thomas blinked, startled. That was close. Kanao stood there, breathing slightly heavier now. Her sword still drawn. But not for him. The choice had been made. even if she didn't fully understand it herself. Across the battlefield, one of the demons paused. Its eyes locked onto hers. Recognition. Then, a slow, knowing smile. It vanished into the trees. A messenger. The message was clear. She had disobeyed. And somewhere, far beyond the forest, Muzan Kibutsuji would know. Thomas stepped closer. Kanao, are you okay? She didn't answer right away. Her gaze lingered on the place where the demon had disappeared. The consequences were coming. She could feel it. I'm fine, she said again. But this time, it wasn't just a lie. It was a decision. And decisions had a cost. The forest did not forgive hesitation. The remaining demons fell quickly after that, driven back by coordinated strikes and the rising sun. One by one, their bodies disintegrated into ash, carried away by the wind as if they had never been there at all. Silence followed. Heavy. Uneasy. The patrol regrouped, checking for injuries. A few were wounded, but alive. It should have felt like a victory. It didn't. Kanao stood apart from the others, her gaze distant. The battle was over, but something far worse had already begun. She felt it. Like a thread tightening around her throat. Thomas approached again, slower this time. More careful. You were different back there, he said quietly. Kanao didn't respond. He stopped a few steps away, studying her face like he was trying to solve something that didn't make sense. You hesitated, he added. That's not like you. A pause. But you also saved me. There was no accusation in his voice. Only confusion. And something else. Relief. Kanao's fingers twitched at her side. She could still feel the phantom weight of her blade poised behind him, the moment where everything could have ended. Or changed. I did what was necessary, she said. It was the safest answer. The emptiest one. Thomas frowned slightly. That's not really an answer. Before she could reply, a sudden pressure crushed the air around them. Not physical. Something deeper. Something wrong. The birds fell silent. The wind died completely. Even the light seemed to dim. Every demon slayer in the clearing froze. Kanao's eyes widened, just barely. No. Not here. Not now. A voice slipped into the space between heartbeats. Cold. Calm. Absolute. You disappoint me. Kanao's breath caught. No one else reacted. They couldn't hear it. But she could. She always could. The presence wrapped around her mind like ice, tightening with every passing second. You were given a simple command. Her vision flickered. The forest blurred at the edges. You chose otherwise. Thomas stepped closer, noticing the shift immediately. Kanao? Hey, what's wrong? She couldn't answer. Her body wouldn't listen. The voice continued, unhurried. Do you believe yourself free? A sharp pain lanced through her chest. Her knees buckled. Thomas caught her before she hit the ground. Kanao. The others turned now, alarmed. What happened? Is she hurt? But their voices sounded distant. Muffled. Like they were underwater. Kanao's world had narrowed to a single, suffocating presence. You forget what you are, the voice whispered. Her hand trembled violently. Not from fear. From something worse. Control. Her fingers moved, against her will, toward her sword. No. Not again. Not like this. Thomas felt it. His grip tightened slightly as he noticed the shift. Kanao. Her blade slid halfway from its sheath. A collective tension rippled through the group. Kanao, someone repeated, more cautious this time. Her vision snapped into focus for a split second. Thomas's face was right there. Close. Concerned. Unaware. Always unaware. Her body moved. Fast. Too fast. The blade flashed. And stopped. Right at his throat. A single drop of blood welled where the edge kissed his skin. No one breathed. Thomas didn't move. Didn't even flinch. He just looked at her. Not with fear. Not with anger. But with something far more dangerous. Trust. Kanao, he said softly, if you're fighting something, you don't have to do it alone. The world cracked. The pressure tightened, furious now. You would choose this, the voice hissed. A fleeting attachment over eternity? Her grip shook violently. The blade pressed closer. Another drop of blood fell. Think. Choose. For yourself. For the first time, not for orders. Not for survival. For her. Kanao's breathing steadied. Just slightly. Her fingers resisted. Every muscle burned. But they resisted. She whispered, her voice breaking for the first time. The blade trembled. I choose. The pressure spiked. Then shattered. Kanao's sword fell from her hand, clattering against the ground. The presence vanished instantly. Like it had never been there at all. She collapsed forward. Thomas caught her again, lowering her carefully to the ground. Kanao, hey, stay with me. Her vision blurred, but she could still see him. Still feel the warmth of his hands. Still hear his voice. This time. It wasn't distant. Thomas, she whispered faintly. His expression froze. It was the first time she had ever said his name. And somehow, that mattered more than anything else that had just happened. But far away. In a place untouched by sunlight. Something stirred. And it was no longer patient. Darkness did not need eyes to see. Far from the forest, far from the reach of sunlight, a presence stirred in quiet fury. Not loud. Not explosive. Something colder. More precise. A hand rested lightly against polished wood. Fingers unmoving. Patient. But the air itself seemed to recoil. Disobedience was not new. But this? This was personal. Back in the forest, the world had sound again. Birds hesitantly returned. Wind slipped through the trees as if testing whether it was safe. It wasn't. Kanao lay where she had fallen, her breathing shallow but steady. The tension that had controlled her body was gone, but it had left something behind. A fracture. Not visible. But real. Thomas stayed beside her, one hand supporting her shoulder, the other still faintly stained with that single drop of blood she had drawn. He hadn't wiped it away. Didn't seem to notice it. Kanao, he said quietly, can you hear me? Her eyes fluttered open. The world came back slowly. Light. Sound. Him. Yes, she whispered. Relief crossed his face, quick, but unmistakable. Good. Don't try to move yet. Around them, the other demon slayers kept their distance. Watching. Whispering. They had seen enough. A blade at a comrade's throat wasn't something easily ignored. One of them stepped forward cautiously. What happened to her? Thomas didn't look away from Kanao. I don't know. It wasn't entirely true. But it was all he was willing to say. Kanao shifted slightly, wincing. Her gaze moved past Thomas, to the others. To the space between them. Distance. Suspicion. It had already started. Good, she thought. It would make what came next easier. Her fingers curled weakly into the fabric of Thomas's sleeve. He noticed immediately. Hey, easy. I need to speak with you, she murmured. He hesitated only a moment, then nodded. All right. He helped her sit up, slowly, carefully. The others didn't stop them, but their eyes followed every movement. That was fine. Let them watch. Kanao waited until they had moved just far enough out of immediate earshot, but not far enough to raise alarm. A careful distance. A controlled risk. Thomas crouched in front of her. What is it? She looked at him. Really looked. As if trying to memorize something. Then. I'm a spy. The words fell between them without hesitation. No build-up. No softening. Just truth. Thomas blinked. Once. Twice. What, he started, almost laughing, but it didn't come out right. Kanao, that's not. For him, she continued. No name. It didn't need one. Something in her tone made the denial die in his throat. Silence stretched. You're serious, he said finally. Not a question. A realization. Kanao nodded once. I was placed within the core to gather information. Movements. Strength. Weaknesses. Each word was precise. Measured. Like she was reporting a mission. Thomas's expression changed slowly. Confusion. To disbelief. To something sharper. And today, he asked quietly. The ambush, she said. I allowed it. The air between them turned cold. Thomas leaned back slightly, as if the distance might make the words less real. People could have died. Yes. No hesitation. No defense. Just truth again. His jaw tightened. Why tell me this? A fair question. A dangerous one. Kanao's gaze didn't waver. Because I failed, she said. A pause. Then, softer. And because I chose you. That landed harder than anything else. Thomas stared at her. Searching. For a lie. For doubt. For anything that made this easier. There was none. You almost killed me, he said. I know. You would have, he pressed. Yes. The honesty was brutal. Unforgiving. Necessary. Silence again. Longer this time. He exhaled slowly, running a hand through his hair. This doesn't make sense. It doesn't have to, Kanao said. It only has to be true. He looked at her again. And there it was. That same look from before. Not blind trust. Not anymore. But not hatred either. Something caught in between. What happens now? He asked. Kanao didn't answer immediately. Because this was the part she couldn't predict. Couldn't calculate. This is where you decide, she said at last. You can report me. A beat. I won't resist. That much, at least, was certain. Thomas held her gaze. Weighing everything. Duty. Betrayal. The memory of her blade at his throat. And the moment she stopped it. You saved me, he said. And endangered you. You told me the truth. Too late. Another silence. Then. Not too late, he said quietly. Kanao stilled. That wasn't the expected answer. Thomas stood slowly, offering her a hand. Not commanding. Not forcing. Just there. We're not done here, he continued. Not with this. Not with you. A faint, conflicted smile touched his expression. But I'm not handing you over. Not yet. Kanao looked at his hand. Then up at him. Something unfamiliar flickered in her chest. Unsteady. Fragile. Hope. That is not a logical decision, she said. Thomas huffed softly. Yeah. I've noticed I'm not great at those around you. For a moment? Just a moment. Something almost like a smile touched her lips. Small. But real. Then she took his hand. And somewhere far away, that cold presence shifted again. Watching. Waiting. And this time, preparing to act. The walk back felt longer than it should have. No one said it out loud, but everything had changed. The formation was tighter now. More rigid. Conversations were quieter, guarded. Eyes lingered a second too long on Kanao Tsuyuri before quickly looking away. They had all seen enough to doubt. Not enough to understand. Thomas walked beside her anyway. Not close enough to draw attention. Not far enough to abandon her. A careful balance. You're going to have to explain something when we get back, he said under his breath. I know. You planning to tell them the truth too? Kanao's gaze stayed forward. No. That answer came easily. Too easily. Thomas glanced at her. Figures. A pause. Then what are you planning? Kanao didn't respond right away. Because the answer wasn't simple. It wasn't safe. And it wasn't something he was going to like. They will come for me, she said quietly. Thomas frowned. Who? She didn't answer. But she didn't need to. His expression darkened slightly as the realization settled in. Him, he muttered. Kanao nodded once. After today, I am no longer useful as I was. And that means? I will either be corrected or replaced. Thomas stopped walking for half a step. Corrected doesn't sound survivable. It isn't. That landed hard. The group continued moving ahead of them, unaware of the weight of the conversation happening just behind. Thomas lowered his voice further. Then we don't go back. Kanao stopped. That suggestion. It was reckless. Illogical. Dangerous on every level. No, she said. Thomas turned to her. No? If I run, she explained, they will pursue. Not just me. A pause. You as well. He didn't hesitate. Then we deal with that. You don't understand, she said, more firmly this time. This is not a threat you can simply fight. A flicker of something crossed her eyes, something closer to fear than she ever allowed herself to show. If he decides you are in his way, you will die. Thomas held her gaze. Unflinching. Then I'll just have to make sure I'm not in his way. That is not how this works. Maybe not, he admitted. But it's how I work. Kanao stared at him. Trying to understand. Trying to calculate. Failing. You are irrational, she said. Yeah, he replied. You've mentioned. Despite everything. That faint, almost smile returned for a second. Then vanished. They resumed walking. The estate gates came into view sooner than either of them wanted. Safety. Structure. Judgment. Once they crossed that threshold, things would move quickly. Questions would be asked. Reports would be filed. And suspicion. would turn into action. Kanao slowed. Thomas noticed immediately. Hey. I cannot stay, she said. He blinked. What? If I remain here, she continued, I endanger all of you. That's not your decision to make alone. It is the only decision that ensures your survival. Thomas stepped in front of her now, forcing her to stop completely. You don't get to just disappear, he said, more firmly than before. Not after everything you just told me. Kanao's expression didn't change, but her voice softened just slightly. That is exactly why I must. A beat. They will expect me to return. To report. To continue. Her gaze shifted briefly toward the estate gates. Instead, I will mislead them. Thomas's eyes narrowed. You're going back to him? No. A pause. I will make him believe I am. That was worse. You're going to fake loyalty to someone who can literally control you, he said. Did you not just? I will not allow him to control me again. The certainty in her voice cut through his argument. But it didn't erase the risk. That's not something you can just decide, Thomas said. Kanao stepped closer. Closer than before. Close enough that her voice didn't need to rise at all. I already did. For a moment, neither of them moved. The world felt very small. Very fragile. Thomas, she said quietly, if I stay, you will hesitate. He frowned. What? In battle. In decisions. In everything. A pause. And hesitation will get you killed. That hit its mark. He didn't argue immediately. Because part of him knew. She wasn't wrong. I won't hesitate, he said anyway. You already have. Silence. Kanao reached into her sleeve. Pulled something small from within. A coin. Worn. Familiar. She placed it in his hand. Thomas looked down at it, confused. What? I used to let this decide everything, she said. A faint breath. Now. I choose. His fingers closed around the coin slowly. And you're choosing to leave, he said. Yes. He looked up at her. Searching again. This time, he found something new. Not emptiness. Not detachment. Resolve. Then come back, he said. Kanao stilled. When this is over, he continued, when you've done whatever it is you think you need to do, come back. A small, almost bitter edge entered his voice. Preferably without trying to kill me next time. That almost made her smile again. Almost. I will try, she said. Not a promise. But closer than anything she had ever given. Voices called from ahead. The others had noticed they'd stopped. Time was gone. Kanao stepped back. One step. Then another. Distance forming again. This time. By choice. Thomas didn't follow. Didn't stop her. He just stood there, the coin still in his hand, watching. As she turned. And disappeared into the trees. Alone. For the first time, not as a spy. Not as a weapon. But as something far more dangerous. Someone who had chosen her own path. And somewhere in the shadows ahead, something was already waiting for her to take the next step. The forest welcomed her back like it never had before. Not as cover. Not as a battlefield. But as something uncertain. Every step Kanao Tsuyuri took felt heavier. Not from exhaustion, but from the weight of something she wasn't used to carrying. Choice. No orders guided her now. No voice whispered what to do next. Only silence. And the consequences of what she had already done. She moved deeper into the trees, far past the paths demon slayers used, into territory where the air grew colder and the light struggled to follow. That was where they would find her. Not the weak demons. Not the mindless ones. Something higher. Something sent deliberately. She stopped in a clearing. Waited. Minutes passed. Then. You've changed. The voice came from behind her. Smooth. Amused. Kanao didn't turn immediately. I made a decision, she said. A soft chuckle echoed through the trees. Is that what you call it? She turned now. The demon standing across from her was different from the others, composed, almost elegant, its eyes sharp with intelligence rather than hunger. A collector. An observer. A judge. You were always one of the more useful ones, it continued. Efficient. Quiet. Obedient. A slight tilt of its head. And now? Kanao's hand rested lightly on her sword. Now I am none of those things. The demon smiled wider. Then you are nothing. It moved. Fast. Faster than before, faster than the ambush in the forest, faster than anything she had faced recently. But Kanao was ready. Steel met claws with a sharp crack that split the silence. The force pushed her back a step, but no further. Good. That was good. She needed to know how much control she truly had. The demon pressed forward, relentless. Do you think you can simply walk away? It taunted. Do you think you will allow that? Kanao didn't answer. She moved. Precise. Controlled. Each strike deliberate, not reactive, but chosen. That was the difference now. No hesitation. No waiting for something external to decide. Only her. The demon's grin faltered slightly as their blades clashed again. Interesting. It lunged again, feinting high, then striking low. Kanao adjusted instantly, deflecting the attack and countering in the same motion. Her blade cut across its side, but not deep enough. Not yet. You're fighting differently, the demon observed. Less empty. Another clash. Another step. Another calculation. Yes, Kanao said quietly. A pause. I am. The demon's expression sharpened. Then let's see how long that lasts. Its movements shifted, more aggressive now, less playful. The clearing erupted into motion, strikes coming faster, heavier, more dangerous. Kanao gave ground. Then stopped. Enough. Her breathing steadied. Her grip tightened. Not out of fear. Out of certainty. You misunderstand, she said. The demon lunged again. And this time? She didn't defend. She stepped in. Closer. Inside its range. Her blade moved once. Clean. Precise. Final. The demon froze. For a moment, it didn't seem to understand what had happened. Then. A thin line appeared across its neck. Its smile broke. You would choose this, it rasped, echoing a question she had already answered. Kanao held its gaze. Yes. The demon's body crumbled into ash. Gone. Silence returned. But it didn't feel empty anymore. It felt earned. Kanao lowered her blade slowly. Her breathing remained steady. No tremor. No hesitation. Just calm. But she knew better. This wasn't over. That had been a test. A message. And the response would come. Stronger. Closer. More direct. She turned her gaze toward the deeper forest, the direction where darkness gathered even in daylight. Toward him. Muzan Kibutsuji would not send another messenger. Not after this. This time. He would come through something far worse. Kanao adjusted her grip on her sword. Then stepped forward. Not away. Not hiding. But toward what was waiting. And for the first time. She wasn't walking because she was told to. She was walking because she chose to. Even if that path led straight into the hands of the one she had just defied. Night fell faster than it should have. The forest dimmed unnaturally, shadows stretching and twisting as if something beneath the world itself was shifting. Kanao felt it before she saw anything. A presence. Not approaching. Already there. She stopped. Slowly, deliberately. You came yourself. Her voice didn't waver, but the air around her seemed to tighten in response. Silence answered her. Then. A figure stepped from between the trees. Unremarkable at first glance. Calm. Almost human. But everything about him was wrong. Every instinct screamed it. Muzan Kibutsuji didn't need to announce himself. The world did it for him. His gaze settled on Kanao Tsuyuri. Not angry. Not loud. Just, absolute. You've become difficult, he said. Kanao said nothing. There was nothing to say that mattered. He took a step closer. The ground beneath his feet didn't seem to react. As if even the earth understood its place. I gave you purpose, he continued. Structure. Direction. A pause. And you traded it for, what? Kanao's grip on her sword tightened slightly. But she didn't raise it. Choice, she said. The word hung in the air. Fragile. Defiant. Muzan tilted his head just slightly. As if examining something flawed. Choice, he repeated. Not impressed. An illusion. A temporary indulgence granted to those too weak to understand inevitability. Another step. Closer now. You were not designed for choice. That pressure returned? Stronger than before. It wrapped around her mind, pressing, searching, testing the cracks it had left behind earlier. Kanao's breath caught. Her body stiffened. But didn't move. Not this time. I am not yours, she said. It wasn't loud. But it didn't need to be. For the first time. Something shifted in Muzan's expression. Not anger. Something colder. Interest. That is incorrect. The pressure surged. Her vision blurred. Her muscles screamed. Her hand twitched toward her sword. Not by her will. Again. The same control. Stronger now. More precise. Her body began to turn. Not toward him. But away. As if preparing to kneel. To submit. To return. No. Her fingers dug into her palm, nails biting into skin hard enough to draw blood. Pain. Real. Immediate. Her own. It cut through the pressure, just enough. I choose, she forced out, each word strained, even if it destroys me. The air went still. Completely still. Muzan stopped moving. For a moment? A very brief moment? The control faltered. Not broken. But, resisted. Truly resisted. His eyes narrowed slightly. Interesting. The pressure didn't vanish this time. It lingered. Testing. Probing. waiting for her to break. But she didn't. Not fully. Not again. They stood there in silence. A standoff that shouldn't have been possible. Human against something far beyond human. And yet, she was still standing. Still choosing. Finally, Muzin spoke again. Very well. The words were soft. Decisive. You wish to be free? A pause. Then prove it. The shadows behind him shifted. Not one. Not two. Many. Figures emerging, eyes glowing, forms twisting into shape. Stronger. Faster. More controlled than anything she had faced before. They will hunt you, he said. Relentlessly. Without pause. Another step back, creating space. You will fight. You will bleed. You will break. His gaze locked onto hers one last time. And when you do. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. You will remember exactly why you belong to me. The presence lifted. Just enough. Not gone. Never gone. But loosened. The demons lunged. All at once. Kanao moved. Not because she was told to. Not because she was reacting. But because she chose to survive. Steel flashed in the darkness. And the real battle? Finally began. They didn't attack like the others. No frenzy. No wasted movement. Every strike was deliberate, coordinated. Engineered. Kanao Tsuyuri barely had time to register the first pattern before she was forced to move. One came from above. Two from the sides. Another waited just outside her reach. Testing. She pivoted, her blade intercepting the first attacker mid-air, redirecting its momentum into the second. Steel carved through flesh, but the third was already there. Too fast. A slash tore across her shoulder. Not deep. But precise. A warning. They weren't trying to kill her immediately. They were measuring her. Just like him. Kanao steadied her footing, ignoring the sting. Her breathing slowed despite the chaos, her senses sharpening. They adapted quickly. So would she. Another rush. This time she stepped into it, not back. Her blade moved in a tight arc, forcing space where there was none. One demon lost an arm. Another staggered back. But the fourth. The one that had been waiting. Struck. A direct hit. Her side burned as claws cut through fabric and skin alike. Blood spread quickly, warm and real. Kanao didn't retreat. Didn't hesitate. She turned with the motion, using the impact to reposition, her blade flashing upward in a clean, decisive strike. One head fell. Ash scattered. The formation broke. Just slightly. Enough. They were no longer perfectly synchronized. That was the opening. Kanao exhaled slowly. Not panic. Not fear. Focus. I see it now, she murmured. The demons paused for a fraction of a second. Just enough to react. Too late. She moved. Faster than before. Not because her body had changed. But because her mind had. No waiting. No second guessing. No coin. One chose to intercept her path. She didn't engage. She bypassed it, her footwork shifting at the last second, slipping through the smallest gap in their defense. Unexpected. Unpredictable. Chosen. Her blade struck twice in a single breath. Two demons fell before they could even react. The remaining ones hesitated. That was new. That was important. Kanao turned, her breathing steady despite the blood loss. You are not controlling this, she said quietly. Not to them. To him. Somewhere beyond sight. Watching. The demons attacked again. But the rhythm was gone. The precision had fractured. Now. They were just strong. Fast. Dangerous. But not perfect. And perfection had been their advantage. Kanao met them head-on. Each strike she made was cleaner than the last. Each movement tighter, more efficient. She adapted faster than they could recover. Another fell. Then another. Until only one remained. It didn't attack. It stood there, watching her. Its expression unreadable. Then. It smiled. And lunged, not at her. Past her. Kanao's eyes widened. No. It wasn't aiming for her at all. It was escaping. A messenger. Again. Her body reacted instantly, turning, pushing forward despite the pain, blade ready to strike it down before it could vanish into the trees. But she stopped. Mid-step. Her grip tightened. Then loosened. No. Let it go. Let him see. Let him understand. She wasn't running. She wasn't hiding. She wasn't breaking. The demon disappeared into the darkness. Gone. Kanao stood alone in the clearing once more. Blood dripped steadily from her wounds, staining the ground beneath her feet. Her breathing was heavier now, but controlled. Alive. Still choosing. She lowered her blade slowly. You're watching, she said into the silence. A faint wind stirred. No answer came. But she didn't need one. She could feel it. This wasn't over. It was escalating. And the next move wouldn't be another test. Kanao turned her gaze back toward the direction she had come from. Toward the estate. Toward him. Thomas. For the first time since she left. Uncertainty crept in. Not about herself. But about what she was risking. They will come there next, she realized quietly. Not because it was strategic. Because it would hurt her. Because it would force a choice. Her hand tightened around her sword again. Then she moved. Fast. Faster than before. Not toward safety. Not toward escape. But back. To the one place she had tried to leave behind. Because this time, running wasn't a choice she was willing to make. The estate lights were still on when she arrived. Too many. Too bright. Something was already wrong. Kanao Tsuyuri slowed only for a fraction of a second at the edge of the trees, her eyes scanning everything, the guards, the movement, the tension in the air. Chaos. Controlled, but barely. She stepped forward. A sword was at her throat instantly. Halt. Several more followed, blades drawn, eyes sharp with suspicion. Kanao, one of them started, but didn't finish. They all remembered. The forest. The blade. Thomas. I need to speak with your leader, Kanao said. No hesitation. No attempt to hide. That alone made them more uneasy. You're not in a position to demand anything, one snapped. She didn't argue. Didn't resist. Instead. They're coming, she said. That got their attention. Who? Another demanded. Kanao's gaze didn't waver. Demons. Stronger than what you've faced here. A pause. They are not hunting randomly. Silence spread between them. They are coming here, she finished. The weight of that settled fast. One of the slayers cursed under his breath. Another tightened his grip on his sword. How do you know? Someone asked. Kanao met his eyes. Because I am the reason. That didn't help her case. At all. The tension snapped tighter. You expect us to just believe you, one of them said sharply. After what you let her through. The voice cut cleanly through the argument. All heads turned. Thomas. He stepped forward from the inner courtyard, his expression unreadable, but his presence alone shifted the atmosphere. Kanao, he said. Just her name. Nothing else. She walked toward him. The blades didn't lower, but they didn't strike either. Not while he was standing there. You shouldn't be here, he said quietly once she was close enough. I know. Then why are you? Kanao held his gaze. Because they will target you. That landed. Harder than anything else. Thomas's jaw tightened slightly. You're sure? Yes. A beat. They already tested me. Next, they escalate. Around them, the other slayers exchanged uneasy glances. This wasn't something they could ignore anymore. What do we do? One of them asked. Thomas didn't answer immediately. He was still looking at her. Still trying to read something deeper. We prepare, he said at last. Then, louder. All of you, double the perimeter. No one moves alone. If what she's saying is true, we're not dealing with ordinary demons. They moved quickly. Training took over. Fear followed. Kanao remained where she was. Thomas didn't move either. For a moment, it was just the two of them again. Like before. But not the same. You came back, he said. A simple statement. But it carried weight. I said I would try. You did. A pause. His eyes shifted briefly to the blood on her clothes, the wounds she hadn't bothered to hide. You fought them already. Yes. And? Kanao didn't look away. I am still alive. A faint exhale left him, something between relief and frustration. Yeah, he muttered. I can see that. Silence again. Then. You're going to stay, he said. Not a question. Kanao hesitated. Just slightly. They will come regardless, she said. I know. They will not stop. I know. A beat. They will try to use me against you. Thomas stepped closer. Not aggressively. Not cautiously. Just closer. Then we deal with that when it happens. Kanao frowned faintly. That is not a strategy. No, he agreed. It's not. Another step. But it's not just your fight anymore. That was new. Kanao's grip on her sword shifted slightly. Not defensive. Not offensive. Uncertain. You are making this more dangerous for yourself, she said. Thomas gave a small, tired huff. Yeah. I noticed that's kind of a theme with you. Despite everything. That faint expression flickered across her face again. Gone almost instantly. But real. Then. A scream tore through the estate. Closer than before. Too close. Both of them turned instantly. Another scream followed. Then. The sound of something breaking. Not wood. Not stone. Something heavier. Something final. They're here, Kanao said. Thomas didn't hesitate this time. Stay with me, he said, already moving. Kanao followed. Not behind. Not ahead. beside him. As they reached the inner courtyard, the air changed. Thicker. Darker. Wrong. Figures stood in the center. Not many. They didn't need to be. Each one radiated something far worse than the ones she had faced before. And at the center? One figure stepped forward. Not rushing. Not hiding. Walking. Calm. Deliberate. Its gaze landed directly on Kanao. Then shifted. To Thomas. A slow smile spread across its face. Ah, it said softly. So this is the one. The ground beneath them seemed to settle. As if bracing. Kanao's grip tightened. This wasn't another test. This was the beginning of something far worse. And this time, she wasn't facing it alone. The courtyard held its breath. No one moved. No one spoke. The demon at the center didn't rush. It didn't need to. Power radiated from it in quiet waves, controlled, suffocating, absolute. Its eyes lingered on Thomas. Then flicked back to Kanao Tsuyuri. You've caused quite a disturbance, it said, voice smooth, almost conversational. All this, for a single decision. Kanao didn't respond. Her stance shifted slightly, subtle, precise. Ready. The demon noticed. Still defiant, it mused. Even now. A faint smile. That will make this more interesting. Thomas stepped forward half a pace. Just enough to place himself slightly in front of Kanao. Not shielding. But close. I don't know who you are, he said, voice steady, but if you're here to fight, stop talking and do it. The demon's gaze slid toward him again. Measured. Curious. You speak boldly for someone so fragile, it said. Then. It moved. No warning. No signal. Just. Gone. Kanao's eyes snapped wide. Thomas. Too late. A blur of motion. A shockwave. And Thomas was gone from where he had stood. A crash echoed from the far side of the courtyard as his body slammed into stone, the impact cracking the wall behind him. The other slayers reacted instantly, charging, surrounding, striking. It didn't matter. The demon moved through them like they weren't there. One fell. Then another. Not dead. But removed. Efficient. Calculated. Kanao moved. Fast. Faster than before. Her blade cut through the space where the demon would be, not where it was. It connected. A shallow strike across its arm. The first hit anyone had landed. The demon paused. Looked at the cut. Then at her. So you can still be useful, it said softly. Kanao didn't answer. She pressed forward. Not alone this time. The other slayers regrouped, forming around her, their movements sharper now, coordinated, reactive. Thomas pushed himself up from the rubble, coughing, but alive. Kanao, he called, forcing himself back into the fight. The demon's smile returned. Good, it said. I would prefer he remains conscious. Kanao's eyes narrowed. A trap. A deliberate one. It struck again. But this time, the target was clear. Thomas. Again and again, its movements angled toward him, not killing, not finishing, just pushing, forcing, isolating. Kanao intercepted every time. Every single time. Her movements grew sharper. More aggressive. More emotional. You're predictable, the demon observed. Everything you do now revolves around him. A strike. Deflected. A feint. Countered. A step. Blocked. Kanao didn't slow. Didn't answer. Didn't break. The demon's expression shifted slightly. Interest fading. Something else replacing it. Then let's test that. It vanished again. But this time, Kanao didn't follow. Her eyes shifted. Not to where it went, but to where it would matter most. Get down, she shouted. Thomas dropped instantly. A heartbeat later, the demon reappeared directly behind him. Right where she predicted. Kanao was already there. Her blade met its strike mid-motion, sparks flying as steel and claw collided. For a moment, they held. Locked. The demon leaned in slightly, its voice lowering. You're learning. Kanao met its gaze. I am choosing. A flicker of something crossed its eyes. Not approval, but recognition. Then it smiled again. Then choose this. Its free hand shot forward. Not at her. Past her. Into the group behind. A scream. Kanao's focus broke. Just for a fraction of a second. Enough. The demon's strike shifted. Faster. Sharper. A direct blow. Kanao barely twisted in time. The attack tore across her side, deeper than before, sending her staggering back. Blood hit the ground. Hard. Thomas's voice cut through everything. Kanao. The formation broke. Chaos returned. The demon stepped back this time. Not pressing. Watching. Evaluating. Kanao steadied herself, breathing uneven for the first time. The wound was bad. Not fatal. But close. Still. She stepped forward again. No hesitation. The demon tilted its head. Even now? Kanao lifted her blade. Yes. Simple. Certain. No coin. No doubt. Just her. The demon's smile widened. Good. The air shifted again. Heavier. Darker. The other demons moved forward now. Not waiting. Not testing. Attacking. All at once. And at the center of it, Kanao stood her ground. Not because she had to, but because she chose to. Even if it meant, this time, she might not survive. Everything converged at once. The courtyard exploded into motion, steel, claws, shouts, and the sharp crack of stone breaking under force. But for Kanao Tsuyuri, the noise faded. Not completely. Just enough. Enough to focus. Enough to choose. The first demon lunged. She didn't block. She stepped through. Her blade traced a clean arc, one precise cut that severed its neck before it could react. Ash scattered across the ground. No pause. The second came immediately after. Faster. Stronger. Predictable. Kanao pivoted, letting its momentum carry it forward, then drove her blade upward in a tight, controlled strike. Another fell. But the others adapted. They always did. A strike slipped past her guard. Pain flared across her back. Another from the side? Blocked, but barely. She was reaching her limit. Too many. Too fast. Too coordinated. Across the courtyard, Thomas fought his way toward her, cutting down anything in his path. Kanao, he shouted again. Closer now. Still alive. Still trying. Still. Hers to protect. No. Not protect. Fight beside. That difference mattered. Kanao adjusted her stance. Lower. Stronger. Choosing not just to react, but to end this. The lead demon, the one who had spoken, watched her closely now. You're slowing, it said. True. Her breathing was heavier. Her movements a fraction less sharp. Blood loss. Fatigue. Human limits. But still standing, she replied. It smiled. Not for long. It moved. Faster than before. No more testing. No more restraint. A direct assault. Kanao met it head-on. Their clash cracked the ground beneath them, force rippling outward. For a moment, the rest of the battle blurred around them. Just the two of them. Her blade against its claws. Her will against its certainty. You cannot win this, it said quietly. Kanao's grip tightened. I don't need to win, she replied. A pause. I just need to choose. The demon's eyes narrowed slightly. That answer? It didn't fit. Its strike came harder. Faster. Driving her back step by step. Kanao held. Barely. Then. A second presence entered the clash. Steel flashed from the side. Thomas. His strike forced the demon to disengage for a split second, just enough. He stepped beside her. Not in front. Not behind. Beside. You're not doing this alone, he said, breath steady despite everything. Kanao glanced at him. Just once. That was enough. Understood, she said. The demon watched them. Then laughed softly. So this is your answer. It spread its arms slightly. Very well. The remaining demons surged forward again. But this time, the formation held. Kanao moved first. Thomas followed. Or perhaps, they moved together. Their attacks aligned, not perfectly, not flawlessly, but instinctively. Where she struck, he covered. Where he pushed, she finished. Not trained. Not planned. Chosen. One demon fell. Then another. The numbers thinned. The pressure shifted. For the first time. The balance tilted. The lead demon's smile faded. Not gone. But reduced. Interesting, it murmured again. Kanao stepped forward. Ignoring the pain. Ignoring the exhaustion. Choosing to continue. This ends here, she said. The demon tilted its head. No, it replied calmly. It begins. The air changed. Again. Heavier than before. Worse. The temperature seemed to drop, shadows stretching unnaturally across the courtyard. Kanao froze. Not from fear. From recognition. No, she whispered. Thomas felt it too. Something else was arriving. The lead demon stepped back slowly, almost respectfully. Your persistence has earned you an audience, it said. And then, the darkness itself seemed to part. A presence stepped forward. Not rushed. Not hidden. Inevitable. Muzan Kibutsuji had come. The entire courtyard fell silent. Even the remaining demons lowered themselves slightly. Not in fear. In acknowledgement. Kanao's grip tightened on her sword. Her body ached. Her vision blurred slightly at the edges. But she didn't step back. Didn't lower her blade. Muzan's gaze moved over the scene. The fallen demons. The injured slayers. Then rested on her. So this is the extent of your defiance, he said. Not angry. Not loud. Just final. Kanao met his eyes. Yes. A single word. But it carried everything. The courtyard held its breath. Because everyone understood. This wasn't another battle. This was something else entirely. And whatever happened next would decide everything. No one moved. Not the slayers. Not the demons. Not even the wind dared interrupt what stood in the center of the courtyard. Muzan Kibutsuji regarded Kanao Tsuyuri in silence. Not as an enemy. Not as an equal. As something misplaced. You stand, he said at last, as though you believe this moment is yours. Kanao didn't lower her blade. It is. The answer came without hesitation. That alone shifted something. Not visibly. But the weight in the air pressed tighter. You misunderstand scale, Muzan replied. Choice. Defiance. Resolve, these are insignificant things when measured against inevitability. A step forward. No one stopped him. No one could. You were created within my reach, he continued. Shaped by it. Everything you are, every skill, every instinct, traces back to me. Kanao's grip tightened. Her wounds burned. Her body screamed to step back. She didn't. Then I will surpass that, she said. For the first time. Muzan paused. Not long. But enough to matter. Surpass, he repeated softly. The word didn't belong in his world. Didn't fit. Something dangerous flickered behind his calm. Thomas shifted beside her. Not forward. Not reckless. But ready. Always ready now. You talk a lot, he said, voice steady despite the pressure crushing down around them. If you're going to kill us, do it. Kanao's eyes flicked toward him. Just for a second. Then back. Muzan's gaze followed. Settling on Thomas fully for the first time. A longer look. A deeper one. You are the variable, he said. Thomas didn't respond. Didn't need to. Muzan took another step closer. Attachment, he continued. An inefficiency. A flaw I have removed countless times. A pause. And yet, here it is again. His gaze returned to Kanao. You would abandon eternity, for this? Kanao didn't hesitate. Yes. Simple. Certain. Irreversible. Silence. Then. Something changed. Subtle. But undeniable. Muzan's expression didn't break. But the calm sharpened. Thinned. You believe this strengthens you, he said. Another step. Closer now. Too close. It does not. The pressure slammed down. Harder than before. Everyone felt it this time. Slayers dropped to one knee. Some couldn't even stay conscious. Thomas staggered, but stayed standing. Barely. Kanao's body trembled under it. But she didn't fall. Not again. Not ever again. You will kneel, Muzan said quietly. Not a command. A fact. Her legs buckled. Just slightly. Her grip faltered. Just for a second. The ground felt closer. Closer. No. Her fingers tightened around her sword until her knuckles whitened. Her breath came sharp. Controlled. Chosen. I won't. The words scraped out, but they held. Muzin's eyes narrowed. The pressure increased. Relentless. Unyielding. Kanao's vision blurred. Her body screamed. Everything in her, everything he had shaped, pulled toward submission. Toward obedience. Toward him. And still. She resisted. Not perfectly. Not cleanly. But completely. Thomas took a step forward. Then another. Forcing himself through the pressure. Toward her. Toward him. You're not taking her, he said. Muzin didn't even look at him. You do not understand what you are opposing. Don't need to, Thomas shot back. Just need to stop you. That. Earned a glance. A brief one. But enough. And in that moment? The pressure shifted. Not gone. But redirected. Thomas dropped to one knee instantly, the force slamming into him like a physical blow. Kanao's head snapped toward him. Thomas. Her focus broke. Just for a second. Just enough. The pressure surged back into her. Her body lurched. Down. Closer to the ground? Closer to. No. Her blade struck the earth. Hard. Supporting her weight. Holding her up. Choosing to stand. Even like this. Even now. Muzin watched. Carefully. Closely. You would break yourself, he said. Kanao lifted her head. Her eyes met his. Yes. A breath. If it means I am no longer yours. Silence. Heavy. Absolute. Then. Muzin stepped back. Just one step. The pressure vanished. Instantly. Violently. Like a storm that had never existed. Slayers gasped for air. Thomas caught himself before collapsing completely. Kanao remained where she was. Kneeling. But upright. Still holding her blade. Still choosing. Muzin regarded her for a long moment. Then. Very well, he said. Not defeat. Not acceptance. Something else. You have proven something. A pause. Not strength. His gaze sharpened. But persistence. Another step back. The shadows around him deepened. This ends here, Thomas said, forcing himself to stand again. Muzin looked at him. And for the first time. There was something almost like amusement. No, he said softly. It does not. The darkness shifted. The demons began to withdraw. Not fleeing. Not defeated. Simply leaving. On his command. Muzin's gaze returned to Kanao one last time. You will face the consequence of this choice, he said. Not a threat. A certainty. And when you do. A faint smile. We will see if you still call it yours. Then. He was gone. The courtyard exhaled. Silence followed. Real silence this time. Not forced. Not controlled. Just absence. Kanao's grip finally loosened. Her sword slipped from her hand. Her body swayed. Then fell. Thomas caught her before she hit the ground. Kanao, hey, stay with me. Her eyes fluttered weakly. The world blurred again. But his voice stayed clear. I chose, she whispered. Thomas tightened his hold slightly. Yeah, he said quietly. You did. For once. There was no doubt in her mind. No coin. No hesitation. Just the aftermath of a decision that had changed everything. And the knowledge that whatever came next, she would face it the same way. By choosing it herself. For the first time in a long while. There was no immediate threat. No shadows pressing in. No voice whispering commands. Only quiet. Fragile. Temporary. But real. Kanao woke to the scent of medicine and wisteria. Soft light filtered through paper walls, steady and calm, nothing like the chaos she remembered. For a moment, she didn't move. Didn't think. Just existed. Then. Memory returned. The courtyard. The battle. Him. Her eyes opened. You're awake. Thomas. He was sitting beside her, leaning forward slightly, like he hadn't moved in hours. There was a bandage across his shoulder now, and faint bruising along his jaw, but he was alive. Still. Kanao pushed herself up slightly. Pain answered immediately. Sharp. Grounding. You shouldn't move yet, Thomas said, reaching out instinctively, then stopping himself halfway. Not pulling back. Just giving her the choice. Kanao noticed. She always did. I am functional, she said quietly. That's not the same as okay. She didn't argue. Because it wasn't wrong. Silence settled between them. Different from before. Less guarded. More uncertain. They know, Thomas said after a moment. Kanao's gaze shifted to him. How much? Enough, he replied. About you. About him. A pause. They don't trust you. That is logical. That doesn't mean I like it. That was new. Kanao studied him for a second. You still trust me, she said. Not a question. A statement. Thomas exhaled slowly. Yeah, he admitted. Probably against my better judgment. A faint pause. But you came back. Kanao looked down at her hands. Bandaged. Marked. Her own. I said I would try. And you did more than that. Silence again. Then. You could have died, he added quietly. Kanao's expression didn't change. That was a possibility. That's not an answer. It is the only one that matters. Thomas shook his head slightly, a mix of frustration and something softer. You really don't make this easy. I am not trying to. That earned the smallest, tired laugh from him. Yeah. I noticed. Another pause. Then. What happens now? He asked. Kanao didn't answer immediately. Because for the first time, there was no clear path. No orders. No expectations she was willing to follow. Only consequences. They will not leave this as it is, she said at last. He will act again. Thomas nodded. Figured. He will escalate. Also figured. A beat. And I am still a liability. That. He didn't nod to. Instead, he leaned forward slightly, his voice more firm now. You're also the reason we're still standing. Kanao stilled. That does not erase what I did. No, he said. But it changes what you can do. She looked at him again. Searching. Calculating. You are suggesting I remain, she said. I'm saying running isn't going to fix this, he replied. And neither is pretending you're still on your own. A pause. You chose, right? Kanao's grip tightened slightly against the bedding. Yes. Then choose what comes next too. That was harder. Choosing once had been decisive. Clear. This wasn't. This was ongoing. Uncertain. Risk without a defined end. I do not know what the correct decision is, she admitted. Thomas shrugged slightly. Yeah. Me neither. A small breath. But that's kind of the point. Kanao frowned faintly. That is inefficient. It's human. Another silence. But not uncomfortable. Not empty. Something in between. Kanao lowered her gaze again. Then. I will stay, she said. The words were quiet. But steady. I will face the consequences here. Thomas didn't respond immediately. Then. Good, he said simply. Relief flickered across his expression, quick, but real. Kanao noticed. Of course she did. This will create complications, she added. Thomas huffed softly. When have things not been complicated with you? A faint pause. That is accurate. Another almost smile. Stronger this time. Still small. But undeniably there. Outside, the wind shifted gently through the trees. The estate was still standing. Wounded. Changed. But not broken. And inside? For the first time. Kanao wasn't waiting for a command. Wasn't preparing to deceive. Wasn't measuring distance for betrayal. She was simply there. Not as a weapon. Not as a spy. But as someone who had chosen to stay. And somewhere far beyond the safety of wisteria and sunlight. That choice had already begun to reshape the path ahead. Because this wasn't the end of her defiance. It was only the beginning of what it would cost. Recovery didn't last long. It never did. By the third day, the estate had shifted from quiet healing to controlled urgency. Messengers came and went. Patrols doubled. Whispers spread faster than orders. And always. Eyes lingered on Kanao Tsuyuri. Not openly hostile. Not yet. But no longer uncertain. She was being watched. Measured. Judged. Kanao stood in the courtyard again, the same place where everything had fractured days before. The ground still bore faint marks from the battle, cracks, scorches, places where stone had simply given way. Proof. Of what had happened. Of what could happen again. You're healing faster than expected. She didn't need to turn. Thomas, she said. He stepped up beside her, arms loosely crossed, his posture more relaxed than it should have been given everything, but that was him. Always just slightly outside the expected. You're supposed to be resting, he added. I am standing. That's not rest. It is sufficient. Thomas shook his head lightly, a hint of a smile tugging at his expression despite the tension hanging over everything. Yeah, that sounds like you. A brief silence. Then. They're going to make a decision soon, he said. Kanao's gaze didn't leave the courtyard. I am aware. About you, he clarified. I am still aware. That earned a quiet exhale from him. Right. He shifted slightly, more serious now. Some of them want you detained. Others, he paused, don't think that's enough. Kanao nodded once. That is also logical. Thomas frowned. You keep saying that. Because it is correct. It doesn't mean I have to agree with it. Kanao turned her head slightly, just enough to look at him. And do you? A beat. No, he said. Simple. Immediate. Certain. Kanao studied him for a moment longer. Then. They will not base their decision on your opinion. Probably not. Then your disagreement is irrelevant. Thomas met her gaze. Maybe to them, he said. Not to me. That lingered. Kanao looked away first. The wind shifted slightly. And with it, a new presence entered the courtyard. Not heavy like before. Not crushing. But sharp. Focused. Deliberate. Several demon slayers stepped aside instinctively, making space. A figure approached. Calm. Composed. Authority without needing to raise their voice. Kanao's posture straightened slightly. A Hashira, Thomas murmured under his breath. The figure stopped a few paces away from them. Eyes settling on Kanao immediately. Assessing. Unforgiving. You are Kanao Tsuyuri, they said. Not a question. Yes. A pause. You will come with me. Thomas tensed slightly. For what? The Hashira didn't look at him. For judgment. That word settled heavily. Final. Controlled. Inevitable. Kanao didn't resist. Of course she didn't. She stepped forward. But before she could move past, Thomas spoke again. I'm going too. This time. The Hashira's gaze shifted to him. Cold. Measured. That is not your place. It is if this concerns her. It does not concern you. It does. Silence. Tension tightened. Kanao spoke before it escalated. Thomas. He didn't look at her. Not immediately. Then. I'll be fine, she said. A simple statement. But different now. Not empty. Not distant. Certain. He hesitated. Just for a second. Then exhaled. Yeah, he said quietly. You will. Reluctantly. He stepped back. But not far. Never far. Kanao turned. Followed the Hashira. Each step steady. Measured. Chosen. Not led. Not forced. Chosen. Behind her, the courtyard remained tense. Unresolved. Because this wasn't just about her anymore. It was about what she represented. A break in control. A flaw in certainty. A human who had defied something that wasn't supposed to be defied. And now, she would be judged for it. Not by demons. Not by fate. But by the very people she had once been sent to betray. And whether they accepted her or destroyed her would decide what kind of future she was allowed to choose next. The room was quiet. Not empty, but controlled. Every person inside had chosen their place carefully, forming a loose circle around the center where Kanao Tsuyuri now stood. Hashira. More than one. Their presence filled the space differently than ordinary slayers, less chaotic, more absolute. Each one carried a weight that didn't need to be shown. Judgment, without needing to be announced. The one who had escorted her stepped forward slightly. She has confirmed it herself, they said. Infiltration. Information leakage. Direct involvement in the recent ambush. No exaggeration. No softening. Just fact. Another Hashira spoke, voice colder. And yet she returned. A pause. Why? All eyes settled on Kanao. Waiting. Measuring. Kanao didn't hesitate. Because I chose to. Murmurs, quiet, restrained, shifted through the room. Not agreement. Not disbelief. Evaluation. That is not an answer, one of them said sharply. It is the only one that matters, Kanao replied. A flicker of tension followed that. Disrespect? Or clarity? Hard to tell. Another voice, calmer this time. You expect us to believe that a single decision overrides years of conditioning? Kanao met their gaze. Yes. Silence. Not convinced. Not yet. The first Hashira stepped forward again. You were under his influence, they said. Control. Manipulation. That much is evident. A pause. But control does not erase consequence. I am aware. You allowed demon slayers to be placed in danger. Yes. You nearly killed one of your own. Kanao's expression didn't change. Yes. The room stilled further. No excuses. No justification. Just truth. That unsettled them more than denial would have. Then why should we not end this now? One of them asked bluntly. The question hung in the air. Final. Clean. Logical. Kanao didn't flinch. Because I am still useful. A few of them narrowed their eyes. How? Another pressed. Kanao took a single step forward. Not aggressive. Not defensive. Intentional. I understand how he operates, she said. How he tests. How he escalates. A pause. And I am no longer bound by it. Bold claim, someone muttered. It is not a claim, Kanao said. It is observable. Silence again. Heavier this time. One of the Hashira tilted their head slightly. Prove it. There it was. Not dismissal. Not acceptance. A test. Kanao didn't ask what kind. Didn't hesitate. How? A faint shift in the room. Expectation aligning. Another attack will come, the Hashira said. Stronger than before. A pause. If you truly understand him, then you will predict it. Kanao's mind moved instantly. Patterns. Escalation. Pressure points. Not random. Never random. He will not strike the same location twice immediately, she said. He already made his statement here. Several of them exchanged glances. That matched. So where? One asked. Kanao closed her eyes briefly. Not to think. To choose. Then. A smaller outpost, she said. One that cannot withstand direct assault, but whose loss would force the core to divide its strength. A beat. He will not aim to destroy us yet. Another pause. He will aim to weaken us. The room fell still. Completely still. Because that made sense. Too much sense. One of the Hashira spoke again, quieter now. And which outpost? Kanao opened her eyes. There is one to the east, she said. Near the edge of the mountains. A longer pause. Lightly defended. Recently resupplied. Recognition flickered across more than one face. They knew it. They hadn't considered it. Until now. The first Hashira straightened slightly. If you are wrong, they said, voice calm but firm, we lose time. Resources. Possibly lives. I am aware. And if you are right? Kanao met their gaze. Then you will have your answer. Silence stretched. Measured. Calculated. Then. We move, the Hashira said. Not all of them agreed. That much was clear. But enough did. Decision made. They began to disperse quickly, orders already forming, plans shifting. Kanao remained where she was. Unmoving. Uncertain. Not about her choice, but about what came after. As the room cleared, one of the Hashira paused beside her. Not the first. Not the harshest. Something in between. You are either exactly what we need, they said quietly, or exactly what will destroy us. Kanao didn't respond. Because both were possible. And she knew it. When they left, she was alone. For a moment. Just a moment. Then. You really don't do things halfway, do you? Thomas. Of course. He stepped into the doorway, arms crossed again, expression somewhere between impressed and concerned. You weren't supposed to be here, Kanao said. I wasn't, he agreed. A small pause. But I was. That almost earned a reaction. Almost. You told them, he continued. Yes. And now we're all heading into another fight based on your call. Yes. Another pause. He studied her. Longer this time. You sure about this? Kanao didn't hesitate. No. That surprised him. No? I am not certain, she clarified. A beat. But I am choosing it anyway. Thomas let out a slow breath. Then. Yeah, he said quietly. That sounds about right. He stepped closer. Not too close. Just enough. Then I guess I'll be there when it happens. Kanao looked at him. Not surprised. Not anymore. I know. And for the first time. That didn't feel like a risk. It felt like something else. Something she still didn't fully understand. But didn't reject. Outside. Preparations had already begun. Because whether her choice was right or catastrophic, they were about to find out. The eastern outpost was too quiet. That was the first sign. The second? No birds. No wind. Just stillness. The kind that waited. Kanao Tsuyuri stopped at the edge of the ridge, her eyes scanning the valley below. The outpost sat exactly where she remembered, small, structured, vulnerable. Unchanged. That was the problem. They should have noticed something by now, Thomas said beside her, his voice low. They did, Kanao replied. A pause. They just didn't understand it. Behind them, several demon slayers took position, weapons drawn, senses sharp. The Hashira stood further back, watching, not intervening yet. Waiting. Testing. Movement, one of the slayers whispered. Kanao didn't answer immediately. Because what she saw wasn't movement. It was absence. They're already inside, she said. The words hit like a dropped blade. What? Thomas snapped. Before anyone could react. The ground beneath the outpost shifted. Not violently. Not explosively. But deliberately. Structures cracked. Walls split. And from within, they emerged. Not charging. Not rushing. Walking. Demons. More than before. Stronger. Refined. Each one stepping into the open like they had been waiting for this moment. For them. They were never the target, Kanao said quietly. Realization hit all at once. They were bait, Thomas finished. Too late. The demons looked up. Directly at them. A single figure stepped forward from among them. Not the one from before. Not the same presence. But close. Close enough to matter. Your prediction was correct, it said calmly, its voice carrying across the distance without effort. Kanao didn't move. Didn't respond. But incomplete, it continued. A faint smile. You anticipated the strike. A pause. Not the trap. The air shifted. Behind them. Movement. Kanao's eyes widened slightly. They split, she said. Thomas turned instantly. More demons had appeared along the ridge. Cutting off retreat. Cutting off reinforcement. Surrounding. Perfectly. They're adapting to you, he muttered. Kanao's grip tightened. Yes. That was worse. Much worse. The Hashira stepped forward now. Finally. Formation, one of them ordered sharply. The demon slayers moved instantly, tightening their lines, blades drawn, eyes scanning both fronts. But the pressure? It was different here. Not overwhelming like before. Focused. Calculated. Designed. This isn't about destroying the outpost, Thomas said. No, Kanao replied. It's about breaking me. The demon below smiled wider. Now you understand. It raised a hand. And the attack began. Both sides. At once. Kanao moved immediately, not forward, not back, but to the center of the formation. Where the lines would break first. Where she was needed most. Or where she would fail. The first wave hit hard. Claws met steel. Shouts cut through the air. The ridge became chaos in seconds. Thomas fought beside her, their movements aligning again, imperfect but instinctive. You still think this was the right call, he shouted over the clash. Kanao deflected a strike, countering in the same motion. Yes. No hesitation. No doubt. Even now. That answer? That choice. Held. The demon below watched. Unmoving. Evaluating. Let us see how long that remains true, it said softly. Another wave surged. Stronger. Faster. The line buckled. Just slightly. A single opening. That was all it took. A demon broke through. Straight toward the center. Toward Thomas. Kanao reacted instantly. Too fast. Too focused. She intercepted? But not cleanly. The demon's strike shifted at the last second? Not aiming to kill. Aiming to force. Its claws drove toward Thomas. And Kanao had to choose. Block. Or strike. One would save him. The other would end the threat. A fraction of a second. No coin. No hesitation. Kanao moved. And chose. The impact rang out across the ridge. And everything that followed? Depended on that single decision. Steel met flesh. But not where it should have. Kanao Tsuyuri stepped into the attack instead of around it, her blade abandoning the killing line to intercept the strike aimed at Thomas. The demon's claws tore into her side. Deep. This time. Not controlled. Not measured. Real. The force drove her back a step, blood spilling instantly. But Thomas was untouched. The opening vanished. The demon tried to pull back. Too late. Kanao's counter came a heartbeat after the impact. Close. Brutal. Her blade severed its neck cleanly. Ash scattered into the wind. Thomas caught her as she staggered. Kanao. I'm fine, she said automatically. She wasn't. He could feel it. The way her weight leaned into him for just a second longer than it should have. "You're not," he said, tightening his grip just enough to steady her. Around them, the formation struggled. Not collapsing, but bending. The demons were pressing harder now. Faster. More coordinated. They had seen the choice. Understood it. And they were exploiting it. "They're targeting you through me," Thomas said through clenched teeth as he pushed back into the fight beside her. Yes. No denial. No adjustment. Just acknowledgement. "That's a problem." Yes. Another strike. Blocked. Another. Dodged. Kanao's movements were still precise. But not perfect anymore. The injury slowed her. Just enough. Across the battlefield, the observing demon watched with clear interest now. "Predictable," it murmured. Kanao heard it. Ignored it. Because it wasn't wrong. But it also wasn't complete. Another demon lunged. She didn't meet it directly this time. She shifted. Let Thomas engage first. Then finished it the instant its focus split. Different. Subtle. But important. "You're adapting," Thomas said, catching the rhythm. Yes. Good. They moved again. Together. Not as protector and protected. Not as liability and shield. But as two variables the enemy couldn't fully predict anymore. That changed things. The next wave hit. And this time, the line held. Barely. But it held. The Hashira advanced, cutting through the flanks with brutal efficiency, reducing the pressure, restoring space. The trap was still active. But no longer perfect. The lead demon's smile thinned. "So it's not just attachment," it said softly. Kanao stepped forward again, ignoring the pain screaming through her side. No. A breath. It's choice. The demon's eyes sharpened. "That distinction will be your downfall. Or yours." That earned a reaction. Small. But real. The demon raised its hand again. Preparing another coordinated strike. But this time, the rhythm was off. Too many variables. Too many unknowns. Kanao saw it. Felt it. Chose. "Now," she said. Not loudly. Not dramatically. Just clearly. The Hashira moved instantly. They had been waiting. A surge forward. Precise. Decisive. The formation broke through the encirclement on one side, splitting the demon's coordination. Thomas followed her lead. And Kanao pushed straight toward the center. Toward the one controlling the pattern. The demon's expression shifted. For the first time. Uncertain. "You. Too late." Kanao closed the distance in a single, committed motion. No hesitation. No adjustment. A direct line. Her blade struck. Clean. Final. The demon's head separated from its body before the rest could react. Silence. Then ash. The coordination shattered instantly. The remaining demons faltered. Then began to fall. One by one. The battle turned. Not instantly. Not cleanly. But decisively. Minutes later. It was over. The ridge stood. Damaged. Bloodied. But standing. Kanao remained where she was for a moment longer. Her sword lowered. Her breathing uneven now. The pain. No longer distant. No longer ignorable. Thomas stepped in front of her. "You're done," he said firmly. "I am not." "You are," he cut in, more sharply than before. "That wasn't a suggestion." Kanao blinked. Once. Then. Her body gave out. Just slightly. Enough. Thomas caught her again before she could fall completely. "You always do that," he muttered under his breath. Kanao's eyes stayed open. Focused. Even now. "The outcome was acceptable," she said. Thomas let out a short, disbelieving breath. "You almost got yourself killed." A faint pause. "Not quite." That actually made him laugh. Brief. Exhausted. Real. Around them, the remaining slayers regrouped, the tension easing, but not gone. Not fully. One of the Hashira approached slowly, their gaze fixed on Kanao. Long. Evaluating. Then. "Your prediction was correct," they said. A pause. "And your actions were decisive." Not praise. Not approval. But something close. Kanao didn't respond. Didn't need to. Because this wasn't the end. She knew that. They all did. Far beyond the ridge. Something had just been tested. And this time? It hadn't gone as expected. Kanao's gaze shifted slightly. Toward the distance. Toward what was coming next. Because if this had been a trap, then the one who set it would not ignore how it had failed. And the next move would be far more dangerous. The victory didn't feel like one. Not really. The outpost still stood, yes, but barely. Smoke drifted from broken structures, and the ground was marked with blood that hadn't yet dried. More importantly, they all felt it. This had not been an attempt to win. It had been an experiment. Kanao regained consciousness on the return journey. Not fully. Not cleanly. But enough to hear voices. She stabilized. Barely. Still don't trust. Doesn't matter what we trust right now. The voices blurred together. Faded. Then. One stayed. "You can hear me, right?" Thomas. "Of course." Her eyes opened slightly. The sky above was dim, late afternoon fading into evening. "Yes," she said quietly. Relief flickered across his face before he could hide it. "Good," he said. "Try not to do that again." Kanao frowned faintly. "Define that." He almost smiled. "Throwing yourself into lethal attacks would be a good start." A pause. "It was necessary." "Yeah," he said. "That's the problem." Silence settled again. But it wasn't tense. Just tired. "You changed the outcome," he added after a moment. Kanao's gaze shifted slightly. The variables shifted. That's one way to say it. Another pause. "You chose me again," he said, quieter this time. Not accusing. Not confused. Just acknowledging. Kanao didn't look away. Yes. That answer came just as easily as before. And somehow, that mattered more now. They returned to the estate under a sky that felt too calm. Too normal. Like the world hadn't just tilted. Kanao was carried inside again, this time with less resistance from the others. Not trust. But something closer to acceptance. Or necessity. She was placed in a quiet room once more. Bandages replaced. Wounds treated. Voices came and went. Reports were given. Conclusions drawn. And through it all, one truth settled in. She had been right. Night fell. Deep. Still. Kanao sat upright this time, despite the pain. Her body protested, but she ignored it. There was something else now. A shift she couldn't ignore. A pattern breaking. A pattern forming. The door slid open quietly. Thomas stepped in. "You're supposed to be resting," he said. "I am." "That's not convincing." "It is sufficient." He sighed lightly and leaned against the wall instead of arguing. "Words spreading," he said. "About what happened out there." Kanao didn't respond. "They're starting to believe you," he added. A pause. "Some of them." That was enough. Belief didn't need to be unanimous. Just possible. "That changes nothing," she said. "It changes a lot," Thomas replied. "It means you're not alone in this anymore." Kanao's gaze lowered slightly. "I was not alone before." Thomas didn't miss that. "No," he said. "You weren't." A quiet moment passed. Then, "He'll respond," Kanao said. "Not a question. A certainty." Thomas nodded. "Yeah." A beat. But this time, it didn't go his way. Kanao's eyes narrowed slightly. "That will not deter him." "No," Thomas agreed. "But it might change how he plays this." That aligned. Kanao considered it carefully. "He will not test again," she said slowly. A pause. "He will act directly." Thomas straightened slightly. "You mean?" "Yes." Her voice was steady. "Certain. He will come again. Not through others. Not through layers. Him." The room felt colder for a second. Not from presence, but from realization. Thomas exhaled slowly. "Then we'll be ready." Kanao looked at him. "You cannot be ready for him." "Maybe not," he admitted. "But we can be ready for us." That was different. Not strategy. Not calculation. Something else. Kanao didn't reject it. Didn't fully understand it either. But she accepted it. "Then we prepare," she said. Thomas nodded once. "Yeah." Simple. Direct. Chosen. Outside, the night remained still. But it wouldn't last. Because somewhere, far beyond the reach of wisteria and steel, something had already begun to move. Not out of curiosity. Not out of testing. But with intent. And when it arrived again, it wouldn't be to measure her. It would be to decide whether her choice had any right to exist at all. Preparation changed the estate. Not outwardly. It still looked the same: quiet buildings, lantern-lit paths, the faint scent of wisteria in the air. But underneath, everything sharpened. Movements were faster. Voices lower. Decisions immediate. No one said it aloud, but they all understood. This time, there would be no warning. Kanao Tsuyuri stood in the courtyard again days later. Recovered, mostly. The wounds had closed. The weakness remained. But she ignored it. Thomas approached from behind, as he had started to do more often. "You're pushing it," he said. "I am preparing." "You can do both without breaking yourself." "Inefficient." He exhaled lightly. "You keep saying that like it's a good thing." Kanao didn't answer. Because this time, she wasn't entirely sure. A shift in the air cut the moment short. Subtle, but unmistakable. Kanao's head turned slightly. It's happening. Thomas's posture changed instantly. Now? Yes. No build-up. No gradual approach. Just presence. The courtyard dimmed. Not from lack of light. From something overriding it. Every slayer in the area felt it. Some froze. Others reached for their swords. None of them spoke. Because they already knew. A figure stepped forward from the far end of the courtyard. Not emerging. Not arriving. Simply there. Muzan Kibutsuji had returned. No demons followed him this time. No distractions. No tests. Just him. Alone. That was worse. Far worse. Kanao didn't move. Didn't step back. Didn't raise her blade immediately. She just stood. Thomas stepped beside her. Not in front. Not behind. Exactly where he had been before. You said he'd come, he muttered. Yes. Still wish you'd been wrong. That would not have been consistent. He almost smiled. Almost. Muzan's gaze swept across the courtyard. Taking in everything. The prepared slayers. The tightened formation. The anticipation. Then settled on Kanao. You continue, he said. Not a question. Kanao met his gaze. Yes. Silence. Heavy. Absolute. You have been given time, he continued. Opportunity. A step forward. You have used both, poorly. Kanao's grip tightened slightly. I used them as I chose. That drew something sharper from him. Not anger. But something close. Choice, he repeated again. The word had become a point of contention between them. You persist in clinging to it. Another step. Closer now. No, Kanao said. A pause. I persist in defining it. The courtyard stilled further. Even the Hashira watching from the edges didn't interrupt. Because this wasn't just a fight. It was something else. Muzan stopped. Studied her. Longer this time. Then define this. He moved. Faster than anything before. No build-up. No signal. Just impact. Kanao barely reacted in time. Her blade came up. Too slow. The force of the strike sent her sliding back across the stone, her footing breaking as she struggled to hold ground. Pain flared instantly. Not from injury. From pressure. From difference. This was him. Not restrained. Not testing. Real. Thomas moved in immediately, striking from the side. Muzan didn't even look. A flick of motion. Thomas was thrown back harder than before, hitting the ground with enough force to crack it. Thomas. Kanao snapped. Her focus shifted. Just for a second. Muzan was already there. In front of her. Too close. His hand caught her wrist before she could strike again. Effortless. Absolute. Her blade stopped mid-motion. Your definition, he said quietly, remains flawed. Kanao's body locked under his grip. Not fully controlled. But overwhelmed. This was different. This wasn't influence. This was presence. Raw. Unavoidable. Her other hand tightened. Trying to move. Trying to act. Trying to choose. Nothing. For the first time since she had broken free. She couldn't. Muzin leaned in slightly. Close enough that his voice didn't need to rise. You mistake resistance for autonomy. A pause. You mistake defiance for strength. Kanao's breath hitched. Not from fear. From pressure. From the weight of being unable to move. No, she forced out. The word barely formed. But it existed. Muzin's grip tightened. Just slightly. Enough to make it clear. You will return, he said. Not a threat. A conclusion. Kanao's vision blurred at the edges. Her body strained against something it couldn't overcome. And still. She tried. Because trying was still a choice. Even here. Even now. Her fingers twitched. Just slightly. Just enough. To shift her grip. To move her blade. A fraction. Muzin's eyes narrowed. Still? The smallest opening. The smallest act. But real. Then. A second force entered. Violent. Unrefined. Human. Thomas. He drove forward despite everything, his strike aimed not to win, but to interrupt. To break. To create space. It worked. Barely. But enough. Muzin released her. Not forced. Chosen. He stepped back. Evaluating again. Kanao dropped to one knee, catching herself before falling completely. Her arm trembled. But moved. Still hers. Still chosen. Thomas stood in front of her now. Breathing hard. Barely steady. But standing. You're not taking her, he said again. Muzin regarded him. Longer this time. Then. You continue to interfere. Thomas didn't respond. Didn't need to. Because he wasn't stopping. Muzin's gaze shifted between them. Then. Something changed. Not externally. But internally. A decision. Very well, he said. And for the first time. There was no immediate attack. No overwhelming pressure. Just. Space. I will allow this to continue, he said. Kanao's head lifted slightly. Allow, she repeated. Yes. A pause. You believe your choice has meaning. His gaze sharpened. Then prove it. Another step back. I will not interfere. The words settled heavily. Unnaturally. But understand this, he continued. His voice lowered. Colder. If your choices fail. A faint smile. Then they were never yours to begin with. Silence. Then. He was gone. Just like that. No departure. No trace. Only absence. The courtyard remained frozen for several seconds. No one moved. No one spoke. Because what had just happened didn't fit. Didn't follow any pattern they understood. Kanao remained where she was. Breathing uneven. But steady. Thomas glanced back at her. You okay? A pause. Yes. Not entirely true. But not false either. She pushed herself to her feet slowly. Her body protested. Her mind didn't. He changed the rules, Thomas said. Kanao nodded once. Yes. A beat. That makes this worse, doesn't it? Kanao looked toward where Muzin had stood. Her eyes steady. Focused. Certain. Yes. A pause. But it also makes it mine. And that changed everything. Because now, every outcome that followed would belong to her. Not to him. Not to fate. But to the choices she continued to make. No matter where they led. For a moment, no one moved. Then everything did. Orders snapped through the courtyard. The Hashira stepped in immediately, voices sharp, controlled, decisive. Reinforce all sectors. No one leaves alone. Double perimeter, now. Structure returned. But underneath it, uncertainty. Because what had just happened wasn't a victory. It wasn't even a battle. It was a shift. Kanao Tsuyuri stood where Muzin Kibutsuji had left her. Still. Thinking. Not about the fight. About the words. If your choices fail, then they were never yours to begin with. He's testing something again, Thomas said beside her. Kanao nodded. Yes. But not like before. No. A pause. He is removing interference, she continued. Allowing outcomes to develop, without direct control. Thomas frowned. That sounds worse. It is. A beat. Because if we fail, it validates his belief. And if we don't? Kanao's gaze steadied. Then it disproves it. Silence. That was the real battle now. Not just survival. Meaning. Ownership. Choice. The meeting was called within the hour. Hashira. Senior Slayers. And, this time, Kanao remained in the room. Not as a prisoner. Not quite as an equal. But, included. That alone marked a change. The situation has escalated, one of the Hashira began. We are no longer dealing with indirect attacks or probing strikes. A pause. He has declared intent. Another spoke. And removed himself from direct engagement, for now. Thomas crossed his arms. That doesn't sound like a retreat. It isn't, Kanao said. All eyes shifted to her. He is forcing a system to operate without him, she continued. To prove that it will collapse regardless. A few of them frowned. Explain, one demanded. Kanao didn't hesitate. If the Demon Slayer core fractures under pressure, if internal distrust, fear, or miscalculation leads to failure, then he proves that human choice is inherently flawed. A pause. And that control is superior. Silence filled the room. Because that made sense. Too much sense. And if we don't collapse? Thomas asked. Kanao met his gaze. Then we prove that choice can create stability, without him. A longer pause. That it can surpass him. The weight of that settled heavily. One of the Hashira exhaled slowly. Then this is no longer just a battle. No, Kanao said. It is not. Another spoke, quieter this time. It is a demonstration. Yes. A pause. Of which system holds. The room fell still again. Then we don't fracture, Thomas said simply. All eyes shifted to him now. That's the plan, he continued. We hold together. We trust each other. We don't let him turn us against ourselves. A few of the Hashira exchanged looks. It sounded simple. Too simple. But also necessary. He will still attack, one pointed out. Yes, Kanao said. He must. A beat. To create pressure. And if that pressure is enough, another asked. Kanao didn't look away. Then we fail. No sugarcoating. No false reassurance. Just truth. That was why she was here. After the meeting, the estate felt different. More aligned. Not united. Not fully. But moving in the same direction. And that was enough. For now. Night settled again. Kanao stood outside once more, the courtyard quiet beneath the moonlight. Thomas joined her shortly after. You really changed things in there, he said. I stated observable patterns. Yeah, he replied. And gave everyone something to actually hold on to. A pause. That matters. Kanao didn't respond immediately. Because that wasn't something she would have considered before. Then it is useful, she said. Thomas shook his head slightly. It's more than that. A beat. It's yours. Kanao looked at him. That word again. Yours. Not assigned. Not controlled. Not inherited. Chosen. Yes, she said quietly. A faint breeze passed through the courtyard. For once. It felt normal. Not forced. Not distorted. Just real. But neither of them relaxed. Because they both knew. This was only the beginning. The system had been set. The pressure would come. And every decision from here on. Every success. Every failure. Every loss. Would answer the same question. Not for him. But for them. For her. Whether choice could truly stand on its own. The first cracks didn't come from outside. They came from within. It started small. A delayed report. A patrol that returned late, with conflicting accounts. Two slayers arguing over a decision that should have been simple. Individually, nothing unusual. Together. A pattern. Kanao Tsuyuri noticed it immediately. Of course she did. They're being pressured indirectly, she said, standing over a spread of reports laid across a low table. Thomas leaned against the wall nearby, arms crossed. Meaning? No direct attacks, she replied. Instead, disruption. Confusion. Misdirection. A pause. Small fractures. Thomas frowned. He's trying to make us trip over ourselves. Yes. Kanao's gaze moved across the reports again. Each event alone is insignificant. Another pause. Together, they degrade coordination. Thomas pushed off the wall, stepping closer. So we tighten things up. Kanao shook her head slightly. If we overcorrect, we create rigidity. And that's bad because he adapts faster than we do. A beat. If we become predictable, he exploits it. Thomas exhaled. So, don't overreact, don't underreact. Yes. That's not a helpful plan. It is the correct one. He gave her a look. That doesn't make it easier. No. The next incident came before they could fully adjust. A messenger arrived, injured, barely able to stand. Western Patrol ambushed, he managed. But, not like before. Kanao was already moving. Thomas followed without hesitation. What's different, he asked. They survived, Kanao said. That's good, right? No. A pause. It means they were meant to. The survivors told the story in fragments. We were surrounded. They could have killed us. They didn't. They kept forcing us apart. Like they wanted us to. Break formation, Kanao finished. The Slayer nodded weakly. Yes. Thomas's jaw tightened. He's pushing harder. Not harder, Kanao corrected. Smarter. By nightfall. It happened. Not an attack. Not directly. But worse. 2 squads returned at the same time. Each with a different report. Each claiming priority over the other. Each convinced the other had failed. Voices rose. Accusations followed. We followed orders. You abandoned position. You compromised the mission. Steel didn't draw. But it almost did. That was enough. Kanao stepped between them. Stop. Her voice wasn't loud. But it cut through the noise instantly. They turned toward her. Some with frustration. Some with doubt. Some with open distrust. You were separated, she said. Intentionally. No one argued that. You were given conflicting pressure. A pause. Designed to create this outcome. Silence. Because they could feel it now. What are you saying? One demanded. Kanao met his gaze. That your conflict is the objective. That hit. Hard. Another Slayer clenched his jaw. So we just ignore what happened? No. A step forward. You acknowledge it. A pause. And refuse to let it divide you. Easier said than done. Everyone knew it. Thomas stepped up beside her. She's right, he said. Look at what's actually happening here. A gesture between the two groups. You're both reacting to the same thing, just from different angles. Silence. Tension still there. But shifting. Slowly. Then what do we do? One asked. Kanao answered immediately. You compare information. A pause. Not conclusions. That changed something. The argument didn't end. Not instantly. But it redirected. From accusation. To analysis. From conflict. To alignment. Small. But critical. Later. When the courtyard had quieted again. Thomas found her where she had been earlier. You stopped that from getting worse, he said. I delayed it. That's not the same. Kanao didn't respond. Because she wasn't sure. This is what he meant, isn't it? Thomas continued. Pressure without touching us directly. Yes. And it's working. Partially. A pause. It will escalate. Thomas let out a slow breath. Of course it will. Kanao's gaze shifted toward the distance. Thinking. Calculating. Choosing. He is not testing strength anymore, she said. He is testing cohesion. Thomas nodded slowly. Then we don't break. Simple. Direct. Kanao looked at him. That is not guaranteed. No, he said. But it's still the goal. A beat. And we're not doing it alone. Kanao's eyes moved across the estate. The Slayers. The movement. The effort. Still imperfect. Still fragile. But holding. For now. No, she said quietly. We are not. And somewhere? Far beyond sight. Something watched. Not intervening. Not correcting. Just observing. Waiting to see. If the system would fail on its own. Or if. Against expectation. It would hold. The next break came faster. And sharper. It wasn't confusion this time. It was doubt. A unit failed to return. Not delayed. Not scattered. Gone. No trace of a fight. No bodies. No signs of retreat. Just absence. The report hit the estate like a shockwave. They vanished? Thomas repeated, disbelief edging into his voice. Yes, one of the messengers confirmed. Last known position was along the northern pass. After that, nothing. All eyes turned, almost instinctively, toward Kanao Tsuyuri. Not accusatory. Not openly. But it was there. The question. Is this part of it? Kanao didn't react to the attention. She was already thinking. It is not random, she said. Thomas rubbed the back of his neck. That's becoming a theme. This is different. A pause. Before, he applied pressure to create fractures. Her gaze sharpened slightly. This removes pieces entirely. Silence. That's worse, Thomas said. Yes. The search party formed quickly. Not rushed. Not careless. But there was urgency now. Real urgency. Because this could break them. Not through conflict. But through loss. The northern pass was quiet when they arrived. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that didn't belong to nature. Kanao stepped forward, eyes scanning the terrain. Tracks. Faint. Deliberately obscured. They were led, she said. Thomas frowned. Not chased? No. A pause. They followed something. That didn't sit well. Why would they do that? He asked. Kanao didn't answer immediately. Because the answer was already forming. Trust, she said. Thomas went still. You mean? Yes. A beat. They believed it was safe. They found the first sign minutes later. A sword. Broken. Not in battle. Set down. Deliberately. Then another. And another. Each one placed, not dropped. Not lost. Left. Like markers. Or warnings. They disarmed themselves, Thomas said, his voice tight. Yes. Kanao's grip on her own sword tightened slightly. That should not happen. No, he agreed. It really shouldn't. They reached the clearing just before dusk. And there? They found them. All of them. Alive. Standing. Unharmed. But still. Too still. Kanao, Thomas said quietly. I see them. The slayers stood in a loose formation, facing outward. Not restrained. Not injured. Just. Not moving. Hey, one of the search party called out. Report. No response. Not even a glance. Kanao stepped forward. Slowly. Carefully. This is controlled, she said. Thomas's voice dropped. By him? No. A pause. By something derived from him. That was worse. Much worse. One of the stationary slayers moved. Just slightly. Their head turned. Too slowly. Too precisely. Eyes locking onto Kanao. You returned, they said. The voice was wrong. Flat. Measured. Not their own. Kanao stopped. Yes. A pause. You deviated. The other slayers began to move as well. In sync. Not natural. Not human. Thomas stepped closer to her. I don't like this. No. Kanao's voice remained steady. They are being used. A beat. As a demonstration. The controlled slayer took a step forward. We were given clarity, they said. Choice creates conflict. Another step. Conflict creates weakness. The others followed. Perfectly aligned. Control removes both. Thomas clenched his jaw. He's not even here and he's still. He is proving his argument, Kanao interrupted. Her eyes didn't leave them. They were not forced. A pause. They were convinced. That landed harder than anything else. The slayers advanced. Not attacking. Not yet. Just closing distance. Like a system executing a command. Kanao lifted her blade. Not to strike. But to hold. You do not need to do this, she said. The lead slayer tilted their head. We are no longer uncertain. Another step. You are. Kanao didn't move. Didn't deny it. Yes, she said. That caused a ripple. Small. But real. The formation hesitated. Just slightly. Thomas noticed it instantly. That did something. Yes. Kanao stepped forward. One step. Deliberate. They removed your uncertainty, she continued. A pause. But they also removed your ability to choose. The slayers stilled again. Conflict. Not external. Internal. Small. But growing. You are stable, Kanao said. Another step. Consistent. A beat. But you are not you. The lead slayer's gaze flickered. Just for a second. We are correct. Being correct is not the same as being alive. That hit. The formation wavered. Not breaking. But no longer perfect. Behind her, Thomas spoke quietly. Keep going. Kanao didn't look back. I will. They showed you a system without pain, she continued. Without doubt. A pause. But also without meaning. The lead slayer's expression shifted. Barely. Meaning is inefficient. Yes. Kanao's voice didn't waver. It is. A step closer. But it is also the reason you stood beside each other before this. Silence. The others began to falter. Small movements breaking the uniformity. Hands tightening. Eyes shifting. We were stronger like this, one said. No, Kanao replied. You were easier to control. That broke something. Not completely. But enough. The formation collapsed. Not physically. Mentally. The slayers staggered slightly, their movements losing synchronization. Voices, real voices, began to surface again. What? I can't. This feels human. Conflicted. Uncertain. Alive. The lead slayer dropped to one knee, clutching their head. No, this is wrong. Kanao stepped forward again. Closing the final distance. Yes, she said quietly. It is. The control shattered. Not cleanly. Not completely. But enough. The slayers collapsed where they stood, breathing, shaking, disoriented. Free. For now. Silence returned to the clearing. Real silence. Broken only by uneven breaths. Thomas let out a long exhale. Okay, he said. That was new. Kanao lowered her blade slowly. Yes. A pause. He escalated. Thomas nodded. Yeah. A beat. And he didn't need to be here to do it. No. Kanao's gaze shifted slightly. Distant. Focused. He is proving that control can persist without presence. Thomas frowned. And we just proved it can be broken. Kanao didn't respond immediately. Because it wasn't that simple. We disrupted it, she said. A pause. But it will adapt. Thomas sighed. Of course it will. Behind them, the recovered slayers began to move again, slowly, uncertainly, but themselves. One of them looked at Kanao. Really looked. You brought us back, they said. Kanao shook her head slightly. No. A pause. You chose to return. That mattered. More than anything. As they prepared to leave. Kanao paused. Just for a moment. Her gaze lifting toward the darkening sky. Because she could feel it. Not presence. Not pressure. But attention. Watching. Evaluating. Waiting. And now? The next move wouldn't just test the system. It would test whether those within it would continue to choose. Even after seeing how easy it was not to. The return felt heavier than the journey out. Not because of injuries. Not because of loss. Because of what they had seen. No one spoke at first. The rescued slayers walked in uneven steps, some steady, others still shaking off what had been done to them. Their silence wasn't empty, it was full. Of memory. Of doubt. Of something they couldn't easily name. Kanao Tsuyuri walked at the front. Not leading. Not exactly. But no one questioned her position. Not this time. Thomas stayed beside her. Close enough to step in. Far enough to let her move. You think he expected that? He asked quietly. Kanao didn't answer immediately. No, she said at last. A pause. But he accounted for the possibility. Thomas exhaled. So either way, he gets something. Yes. A beat. He always does. When they reached the estate, the reaction was immediate. Relief. Confusion. Questions. Too many questions. They're alive? What happened? How did they? The returning slayers couldn't answer all of it. Not clearly. Not yet. And maybe. Not ever. A report was called. Again. But this time. The tone had changed. Less suspicion. More urgency. More listening. They weren't controlled like puppets, one of the recovered slayers said, voice unsteady. It felt like everything made sense. A pause. Like there was no conflict anymore. Silence settled heavily. That's what he's offering, Thomas muttered. Kanao nodded. Yes. Another spoke. It was easier, they admitted. That word lingered. Easier. One of the Hashira stepped forward. And yet you chose to leave it. The slayer hesitated. Then. Yes. A pause. It didn't feel like me. That was the fracture. Not imposed. Recognized. Kanao stepped forward slightly. He is refining the method, she said. Not forcing control, presenting it as a solution. A beat. A removal of burden. Another Hashira crossed their arms. And you believe this will spread? Kanao didn't hesitate. Yes. Silence followed. Because that meant? This wasn't isolated. It was scalable. Thomas spoke next. Then we don't just fight it, he said. We understand it. A few eyes turned toward him. How? Someone asked. He glanced at Kanao briefly. Then back. We figure out why it works. That shifted the room. From reaction to analysis. Later. Much later. The estate quieted again. But not in the same way as before. There was tension still. But also something else. Awareness. Kanao stood beneath the wisteria trees, the faint scent grounding in a way she hadn't noticed before. Thomas approached, slower this time. More thoughtful. They almost didn't come back, he said. Yes. And they didn't leave because they were forced. No. A pause. They chose to. Kanao looked at him. That is why this is dangerous. Thomas nodded. Because it feels right. Yes. A beat. And because it removes conflict. Another pause. People like that, he added. Kanao didn't disagree. Because it was true. But they still came back, Thomas said. Kanao's gaze shifted slightly. Yes. Why? A simple question. But not a simple answer. Kanao thought for a moment. Not calculating. Not predicting. Thinking. Because something was missing, she said. What? A pause. Uncertainty. Thomas blinked. That's what made them leave? Yes. That sounded backwards. But it wasn't. Kanao continued. Without uncertainty, there is no need to choose. A beat. And without choice. She didn't finish. Didn't need to. Thomas did. You're not really living. Kanao nodded once. Silence settled between them again. But it wasn't empty. It was understood. He's going to push this further, Thomas said. Yes. And next time, it'll be harder to come back from. Yes. A pause. You think everyone will? Kanao didn't answer immediately. Because this time. The answer wasn't certain. No, she said. Honest. Direct. Real. Thomas exhaled slowly. Then we make sure as many as possible do. Kanao looked at him. There it was again. That difference. Not certainty. Not control. Effort. Choice. Yes, she said. The wind shifted gently through the trees. For once. It didn't feel like something watching. But that didn't mean it wasn't. Because somewhere, far beyond their reach, something had just learned. Not that they could be controlled. But that they could be tempted. And that was a far more dangerous weapon. Kanao's gaze lifted slightly toward the dark horizon. Steady. Focused. Uncertain. But chosen. Because whatever came next would not just test their strength or their unity, but something far more fragile. The willingness to keep choosing, even when not choosing, was easier. The next phase didn't arrive like an attack. It arrived like an idea. At first, it was just a rumor. Whispers carried between patrols. I heard there's a place. Some of them went and didn't come back, but not because they died. They said it was peaceful. No one confirmed it. No one needed to. Because the idea itself was enough. Kanao Tsuyuri heard it 3 times in one day. Different voices. Same conclusion. It's spreading, Thomas said, pacing slightly in the room they had started using as a planning space. Yes. Kanao stood still, listening, not to him, but to the pattern forming underneath the noise. He's not just targeting squads anymore, Thomas continued. He's targeting everyone. Yes. A pause. He is removing the need for contact. That was the escalation. No more ambushes. No more setups. Just an option. They're calling it something, Thomas said. Kanao glanced at him. What? He hesitated. Then. The quiet. Silence followed that. Because it fit. Too well. Kanao stepped toward the window, looking out over the estate. Slayers moved as they always had. Training. Patrolling. Talking. But now. There was something else. A question behind their actions. A weight behind their choices. It will appeal to those under strain first, she said. Thomas nodded. The tired. The injured. The ones who've seen too much. Yes. A beat. And then, the rest. The first confirmed case came that evening. A slayer, young, capable, simply didn't return from patrol. No signs of struggle. No trail. Just. Gone. Then another. And another. Not many. Not yet. But enough. Enough to matter. They're not being taken, Thomas said, his voice quieter now. They're leaving. Kanao didn't deny it. Because it is easier. That word again. Yes. A meeting was called. Again. But this time. The tension was different. Not sharp. Not reactive. Worse. Doubt. They are abandoning their posts, one slayer said, frustration barely contained. This is desertion. No, Kanao said. All eyes turned. It is selection. A pause. They are choosing a different system. That system is controlled by him, someone snapped. Yes. Then they are wrong. Kanao didn't respond immediately. Because the answer? Wasn't simple. They are choosing certainty over conflict, she said. A beat. That is not the same as being wrong. Silence. Uncomfortable. Necessary. Thomas spoke next. But it is a problem, he said. Because if enough people choose that. He didn't need to finish. They all understood. So what do we do? One of the Hashira asked. Not rhetorical. Not dismissive. Genuine. Kanao stepped forward. For once. Not just responding. Leading. We do not block it, she said. That caused immediate reaction. That's insane. We can't just let them go. If we force them to stay, Kanao continued, cutting through the noise, we validate his argument. That slowed them. Not stopped. But slowed. He claims control is superior because it removes conflict, she said. A pause. If we remove their ability to choose, we become the same, Thomas finished. Yes. Silence settled again. Heavier this time. Because this path was harder. So we just let them walk away, someone asked. Kanao shook her head. No. A step forward. We give them a reason not to. That shifted something. Not a solution, but a direction. How? The Hashira pressed. Kanao's gaze moved across the room. Not calculating. Not predicting. Choosing. We show them what they lose, she said. A pause. Not through force. Another. Through truth. Later. The estate didn't quiet. Not really. It couldn't. Because now. The battle wasn't at the gates. It was in the minds of everyone inside. Kanao stood alone again beneath the wisteria. Thomas joined her, as he always did now. You just made this a lot harder, he said. Yes. A pause. You also made it real. Kanao looked at him. It was always real. Yeah, he said. But now everyone else sees it too. They stood in silence for a while. Watching. Thinking. Choosing. He's not going to stop, Thomas said eventually. No. And this quiet thing, it's only going to grow. Yes. A beat. You think we can actually counter it? Kanao didn't answer immediately. Because for the first time, the answer wasn't something she could calculate. Or predict. Or guarantee. I do not know, she said. Honest. Uncertain. Real. Thomas nodded slowly. Then we figure it out. Simple. Again. Always. Kanao's gaze lifted slightly. Toward the horizon. Toward what was coming. Because this next phase wouldn't be decided by strength. Or speed. Or even survival. It would be decided by something far more fragile. Far more human. Whether, when given the choice between peace and meaning, they would still choose to stay. Even when leaving was easier. They didn't wait for the next loss. This time, they acted first. By morning, the estate had changed again. Not in structure. In purpose. Gatherings formed, small at first, then larger. Not orders. Not commands. Conversations. Real ones. Kanao Tsuyuri stood at the edge of one of them, watching. Listening. That was new. Slayers spoke openly, about fear, about exhaustion, about the pull of the quiet. No one shut them down. No one dismissed it. That mattered. More than anything. Thomas leaned beside her, arms crossed loosely. This was your idea, he asked. Yes. A pause. It's working. Kanao didn't answer. Not yet. Because working wasn't the same as holding. One of the younger slayers spoke up, voice unsteady. What if they're right? The group stilled. Not shocked. Just honest. What if this is pointless, they continued. Fighting, losing people, barely holding on, and for what? Silence followed. Heavy. Real. No one rushed to answer. No one could. Then. One of the older slayers spoke. We fight because it's hard. That earned a few looks. Confused. Frustrated. That doesn't make sense, the younger one said. No, the older slayer agreed. It doesn't. A faint breath. But neither does giving up everything that makes it matter. Kanao stepped forward slightly. Not interrupting. Joining. Certainty removes conflict, she said. The group turned toward her. But conflict is where meaning forms. A pause. If you remove one. She didn't finish. They understood. The younger Slayer looked down. It still hurts, they admitted. Yes, Kanao said. No hesitation. No denial. Just truth. Across the estate. Similar conversations unfolded. Not identical. Not perfect. But consistent. Some resisted. Some listened. Some walked away. And some stayed. By nightfall, the number of disappearances hadn't stopped. But it hadn't increased either. It held. That mattered. Thomas found Kanao again beneath the wisteria. He always did. You didn't stop it, he said. No. But you slowed it. Yes. A pause. That's something. Kanao looked out over the estate. It is insufficient. Thomas shook his head. It's progress. She didn't argue. Because for once, she could see it. Then, a shift. Subtle. But wrong. Kanao's head turned slightly. It changed. Thomas straightened. What? The pattern. A pause. He is adjusting. The next report came seconds later. Not hours. Not delayed. Immediate. Multiple sightings, a Slayer called out, breathless. Different regions, same time. Thomas frowned. He's spreading it out? Kanao's eyes narrowed. No. A beat. He is escalating visibility. More voices followed. Civilians reporting it. Not just Slayers anymore. They're hearing about it, asking about it. The room shifted instantly. Because this was bigger. He's not targeting us anymore, Thomas said. Kanao nodded. Yes. A pause. He is offering it to everyone. Silence. Heavier than before. Because that changed everything. We can't control that, someone said. No, Kanao agreed. We cannot. So what do we do? Another asked. Kanao didn't hesitate this time. Because the answer was already forming. We do the same thing. A pause. But wider. Thomas blinked. You mean, talk to everyone? Yes. That's a lot of people. Yes. A beat. And we don't even know if it'll work. Kanao looked at him. No. Another pause. Then. Yeah, Thomas said quietly. Of course we don't. Outside. The wind shifted again. Carrying something new. Not pressure. Not control. Something softer. More dangerous. An invitation. Kanao stood still for a moment longer. Then. She stepped forward. Because this wasn't a battlefield anymore. Not in the way it had been. It was something harder. A space where every person, Slayer or civilian, would have to answer the same question. Not under threat. Not under force. But freely. Whether they would choose a quiet, certain existence. Or a difficult, uncertain one. Filled with pain. Conflict. Meaning. And the only way to stand against it was not to fight harder, but to choose louder. Even when no one was forcing them to. Even when it hurt. Even when it would be easier not to. The city changed faster than the core could keep up. Not visibly. Markets still opened. Lanterns still lit the streets at dusk. People still moved, traded, lived. But beneath it, something quieter spread. They called it peace. Not loudly. Not formally. Just, in passing. It's out there, you know. A place without fear. No more fighting. No one argued with the idea. That was the problem. Kanao Tsuyuri moved through the streets without her uniform that day. Not hiding. Adapting. Thomas walked beside her, scanning the crowd. I don't like this, he muttered. No. Kanao's eyes shifted from person to person, not watching faces, but patterns. Pauses in conversation. Hesitations. Moments where people seemed to drift, just slightly. They are considering it, she said. Thomas exhaled. Yeah. I can see that. A man stood near a small bridge, staring out over the water. Not moving. Not speaking. Just still. Kanao stopped. Him, she said. Thomas followed her gaze. You sure? Yes. They approached slowly. Not aggressively. Not urgently. Because that would break it. But not fix it. The man didn't react at first. Then. You've heard it too, he said quietly, without turning. Kanao stopped a few steps away. Yes. A pause. It sounds better than this, he added. His voice wasn't controlled. Not like the Slayers before. This was different. Personal. Real. Thomas stepped slightly forward. Depends what you're comparing it to, he said. The man gave a faint, humorless laugh. Constant fear, he replied. Uncertainty. Loss. A beat. What part of that is worth keeping? Silence. Heavy. Honest. Kanao stepped forward. Not to interrupt. To answer. None of it, she said. The man turned slightly. Surprised. Then why not leave it behind? Kanao met his gaze. Because removing it removes more than pain. A pause. It removes the reason to act. The man frowned. Why would I need a reason? Kanao didn't hesitate. To choose. He shook his head slightly. Choice is the problem, he said. It's what leads to mistakes. Yes. Kanao's voice didn't waver. It is. A step closer. But it is also what allows correction. Thomas watched carefully. Didn't interrupt. Didn't push. Just stayed. The man looked between them. Uncertain. And if I don't want to keep making mistakes, he asked. Kanao's gaze softened, just slightly. Then you stop learning. A pause. And become something that does not need to. Silence. The kind that mattered. That doesn't sound bad, the man said quietly. Kanao didn't argue. Because it wasn't entirely wrong. It is not painful, she said. A beat. But it is not living. The man looked back toward the water. Long. Still. Thinking. How do you know? He asked finally. Kanao didn't answer immediately. Because this time. The answer wasn't from observation. Or calculation. Or pattern. Because I tried to live without choosing, she said. A pause. And it was empty. That landed. Not as logic. As truth. The man exhaled slowly. And this isn't? Kanao glanced briefly at Thomas. Then back. This is difficult, she said. A faint pause. But it is mine. Silence again. Longer this time. Then. The man stepped back from the edge. Not dramatically. Not decisively. But enough. I'm not convinced, he said. Kanao nodded. That is acceptable. Thomas raised an eyebrow slightly. You're letting him walk away unsure? Yes. The man looked at them one last time. But I'm still here, he added. Then turned. And left. Thomas watched him go. That didn't feel like a win. No. Kanao's gaze followed briefly. It was not. A pause. But it wasn't a loss either, he said. Kanao nodded once. Yes. They moved again through the city. The same. But not. More conversations. More pauses. More moments. Some people leaned toward the idea. Some away. Most stayed in between. And that was where the real battle was. Not in certainty. Not in control. But in hesitation. Because hesitation meant they were still choosing. As night fell, the city glowed softly under lantern light. Peaceful. On the surface. Kanao stood at the edge of the street, watching. Thomas beside her. You think this is what he wanted? He asked. Kanao didn't look away. Yes. A pause. A system where he does not need to force anything. Thomas exhaled slowly. That's terrifying. Yes. A beat. And we're standing here trying to talk people out of it. Kanao nodded. Yes. Another pause. You still think that's enough? Kanao was quiet for a moment. Longer than usual. No, she said. Honest. Thomas blinked. No? Kanao's gaze sharpened slightly. Focused. Decisive. It is necessary, she continued. A pause. But not sufficient. Thomas crossed his arms. Okay. A beat. So what else? Kanao looked out over the city. At the people. At the quiet spread of something unseen. We show them something stronger. Thomas tilted his head. Stronger than peace? Kanao's answer came without hesitation. Yes. A pause. We show them meaning they cannot abandon. Silence followed. Because that was harder than anything they had faced before. Not defeating demons. Not surviving battles. Creating something. People would choose. Even when given a way out. And somewhere in the distance. Unseen. Unfelt. Something watched that decision form. Because this was the real test. Not whether they could resist control. But whether they could create something worth resisting for. Creating something stronger than peace wasn't a plan. It was a risk. The core couldn't order it. Couldn't enforce it. Couldn't even define it clearly. Which meant they had to build it anyway. Kanao Tsuyuri stood before a small group at the edge of the estate. Not slayers. Not soldiers. People. A shopkeeper. A former messenger. A woman who had lost family in a previous attack. Thomas stood off to the side, watching. Not leading. Not interrupting. Just present. You said there was something worth choosing, the shopkeeper said. What is it? Direct. Skeptical. Necessary. Kanao didn't answer immediately. Because this was different. Not a battle. Not a prediction. Not something she could calculate. It is not one thing, she said. A pause. It is what forms when people choose to remain, despite uncertainty. That's not very convincing, the messenger said. No, Kanao agreed. It is not. Silence followed. Awkward. Real. Thomas stepped forward slightly. Yeah, that's because it's not supposed to sound easy, he said. A few of them glanced at him. You're being offered something simple, he continued. No pain. No doubt. No risk. A pause. And we're standing here saying no, take the harder option. That sounds insane, the woman said quietly. It kind of is, Thomas admitted. A faint shift in the group. Not agreement. But engagement. Kanao stepped forward again. The alternative removes loss, she said. A pause. But it also removes connection. The woman's expression tightened slightly. Connection hurts, she said. Yes. No hesitation. Then why keep it? Kanao looked at her. Not analyzing. Not calculating. Understanding. Because it is also what makes loss matter, she said. Silence. And if nothing matters, the shopkeeper asked. Kanao didn't look away. Then nothing is lost. A pause. But nothing is valued either. That shifted something. Subtle. But real. Thomas folded his arms again. Look, he said. We're not here to convince you with perfect answers. A beat. Because we don't have them. Another pause. But we're still here, he added. That lingered. Why? The messenger asked. Thomas glanced at Kanao. Then back. Because even if it's harder. A pause. It feels like it actually belongs to us. Kanao didn't interrupt. Didn't refine it. Didn't correct it. Because this time. That was enough. The group didn't decide. Not immediately. Not cleanly. Some stayed. Some left. Some remained uncertain. But none of them walked directly toward the quiet. And that mattered. Later. Kanao stood alone again. Not under the wisteria this time. At the edge of the estate. Looking out. Thomas joined her, quieter than usual. That worked better than I expected, he said. It did not resolve anything, Kanao replied. No, he said. But it gave them something to think about. A pause. And something to feel. Kanao considered that. Yes, she said. Silence settled again. He's watching this, Thomas added. Yes. And he's going to respond. Yes. A beat. You think he'll attack again? Kanao's gaze didn't shift. Not like before. Thomas frowned. Then how? A longer pause this time. Because the answer? Was forming. But not fully. He will escalate the offer, she said. That doesn't sound good. No. A pause. He will remove even more reasons to resist. Thomas exhaled slowly. Like what? Kanao didn't answer immediately. Because when she did, it changed everything. He will target what we are building. Thomas went still. The connections? Yes. A beat. He will attempt to prove they are weaker than what he offers. Silence. Because that was the most dangerous move yet. Not breaking people. Not controlling them. Undermining what made them stay. Then we protect it, Thomas said. Kanao shook her head slightly. We cannot protect it. He frowned. Why not? Kanao finally looked at him. Because if it requires protection. A pause. It is already weaker. That landed. So what do we do? He asked. Kanao's gaze steadied. We strengthen it. A beat. Until it does not break. The wind shifted again. Not quiet. Not inviting. Testing. Because now. The next phase wouldn't be about tempting people away. It would be about showing them that what they chose to stay for could still be taken from them. And whether, even then, they would choose to remain. The first fracture wasn't loud. It didn't come with screams. Or fire. Or blood. It came with silence. A gathering place, one of the first they had started using, sat empty by morning. Not abandoned. Not destroyed. Just unused. They were here last night, Thomas said, standing at the entrance. Kanao stepped inside slowly, her eyes scanning the space. Nothing disturbed. Nothing broken. Chairs still arranged. Lanterns still intact. They left, she said. Thomas frowned. All of them? Yes. A pause. Simultaneously. That wasn't coincidence. They didn't even argue, he muttered. No hesitation? Kanao's gaze lowered slightly. It was removed. A faint chill settled in the room. They didn't lose the connection, she continued. They lost the reason to maintain it. That was worse. Because it meant? The bonds weren't broken. They were made irrelevant. They just stopped caring? Thomas asked. Yes. Silence. That hit harder than any attack. Because how do you defend against that? Kanao turned slightly. He has refined it again. Thomas exhaled slowly. Of course he has. A pause. So what changed? Kanao didn't answer immediately. Because the answer was precise. He removed uncertainty about loss. Thomas blinked. What? Kanao looked back at the empty space. They no longer fear losing each other, she said. A beat. Because they believe they won't. That twisted everything. If loss isn't a factor, Thomas muttered. Then connection doesn't carry weight. Yes. Silence again. Because now. Even meaning was being rewritten. They found them later that day. Not far. Not hidden. Just elsewhere. Sitting. Calm. At ease. Together. But different. They're not controlled, Thomas said quietly. No. Kanao stepped forward. You relocated, she said. One of them looked up. Yes. No distortion in the voice. No unnatural tone. Just certainty. This place is unnecessary, another added. Kanao's eyes narrowed slightly. Why? A pause. Because what we have does not require effort anymore. That was it. Thomas stepped forward. You're saying you don't have to choose it? Yes. A beat. It simply exists. Kanao's grip tightened slightly. That is not connection, she said. The group didn't react strongly. Didn't argue. It is sufficient, one replied. That word again. Sufficient. Kanao stepped closer. Do you value each other? She asked. A pause. Yes. How? Silence. Not resistance. Not refusal. Absence. They didn't have an answer. And that was the crack. Thomas saw it too. You don't know, do you? He said. Another pause. It is not necessary to define it, one said. Kanao shook her head slightly. It is. A step closer. Because if you cannot define it. A pause. You cannot choose it. That landed. Not hard. Not immediate. But deep. One of them frowned slightly. We are not choosing. Yes. Kanao's voice remained steady. That is the problem. Silence. Because now. They were starting to feel it. Not pain. Not fear. Absence. We are not conflicted, one said. Yes. We are stable. Yes. We are not suffering. Kanao didn't hesitate. Yes. A pause. Then what is missing? There it was. The question. Kanao answered immediately. You. Silence. Real silence. Not controlled. Not empty. Uncertain. The group shifted slightly. Not physically. Internally. We are here, one said. Kanao shook her head. No. A pause. You are present. Another. But you are not choosing to be. That broke something. Not completely. Not dramatically. But enough. Thomas stepped forward again. When was the last time you decided to stay? He asked. No answer. When was the last time you could leave? Another pause. We do not need to. Kanao's gaze sharpened. That is not the same as being able to. The silence stretched. Longer. Heavier. Because now. They felt it. The lack. The absence of something they hadn't realized was gone. Choice. One of them stood slowly. This feels, they started. A pause. Empty. There it was. The first real fracture. Not forced. Not imposed. Real. Kanao didn't move. Didn't push further. Because this had to come from them. And slowly. One by one. They began to shift. Not fully. Not completely. But enough. Thomas exhaled quietly. You did it again. Kanao shook her head. No. A pause. They did. And that mattered more than anything else. Because this time, they hadn't just been pulled back. They had recognized what they were losing. And somewhere, unseen, unheard, something watched that moment carefully. Because now, the system hadn't just resisted. It had identified the flaw. And that meant? The next move wouldn't be about removing choice. It would be about proving that even with choice, what they built could still be taken away. And when that happened, the question would change. Not why stay, but can you still choose when it all falls apart? The answer came sooner than expected. And it didn't ask permission. It began with a scream. Not distant. Not faint. Close. Inside the estate. Thomas was already moving before the second one echoed. Kanao followed without hesitation. No calculation. No delay. They reached the courtyard. And everything had changed. A structure near the eastern side had collapsed. Not from fire. Not from explosion. From something internal. Beams twisted. Supports shattered. Like it had given out from within. Slayers scrambled through debris, pulling people free. Some injured. Some trapped. All shaken. What happened? Thomas demanded, grabbing the nearest slayer. They were just talking, then it just gave way. No attack. No visible cause. Kanao's eyes scanned the structure. Not the damage. The pattern. This was not structural failure, she said. Thomas looked at her. Then what? A pause. Withdrawal. That word landed wrong. What do you mean withdrawal? He asked. Kanao stepped forward, placing a hand briefly against one of the fractured beams. It held because people maintained it, she said. A beat. They stopped. Thomas stared at her. You're saying it fell because no one cared enough to keep it standing? Yes. Silence. Because that shouldn't be possible. But it had happened. More reports came in. Fast. Too fast. A supply chain halted, not from attack, but because no one followed through. A defensive post left unmanned, not abandoned, just forgotten. A medical station delayed, not sabotaged, just not prioritized. Each one small. Each one explainable. Together. Devastating. He's not breaking things, Thomas said, pacing. No. Kanao stood still, her mind already aligning the pattern. He is allowing them to decay. A pause. Because no one chooses to maintain them. Thomas exhaled sharply. So everything falls apart on its own. Yes. A beat. And we can't fight that. Kanao didn't respond. Because that was the problem. The meeting came faster this time. Urgent. Focused. Strained. He's targeting systems now, one of the Hashira said. No, Kanao corrected. All eyes turned. He is removing the reason to sustain them. Silence. That's worse, someone muttered. Yes. A pause. If nothing feels necessary, Kanao continued. Then nothing is maintained. And everything collapses, Thomas finished. Yes. So what do we do? Another demanded. Not frustrated. Not angry. Desperate. Kanao didn't answer immediately. Because this wasn't something she could solve the same way. Not with precision. Not with control. This required something else. We choose anyway, she said. That didn't satisfy anyone. That's not enough, someone said. Kanao nodded. No. A pause. But it is required. Thomas stepped forward. She's not saying that fixes everything, he said. A beat. She's saying it's the only way anything can be fixed. Silence. Because that was harder. Kanao stepped forward now. Not analyzing. Not observing. Speaking. For systems to function, she said, they must be maintained. A pause. For them to be maintained, someone must choose to do so. Another. If no one chooses, they fail, someone finished quietly. Yes. So we make them choose, another suggested. Kanao shook her head. No. A beat. If we force the choice, it is no longer theirs. And that would prove him right. Silence stretched. Long. Heavy. Because there was no easy answer. Then Thomas spoke again. Then we don't give them a system to maintain. All eyes turned. What? He shrugged slightly. We give them something they want to maintain. A pause. What's the difference? Someone asked. Thomas glanced at Kanao. Then back. One feels like responsibility. A beat. The other feels like it matters. Kanao's eyes shifted slightly. That was it. Not structure. Not obligation. Meaning. Then we build that, she said. Later. The estate didn't try to restore everything at once. They didn't rush to rebuild every structure. Didn't immediately reorganize every system. Instead, they focused on something smaller. Something harder. People. Kanao moved through the estate again. Not directing. Not ordering. Connecting. A slayer hesitated before repairing a broken beam. Does this even matter? They asked. Kanao looked at them. Yes. A pause. Because you are choosing it. That wasn't convincing. Not fully. But the slayer still lifted the beam. Another paused at the medical station. Someone else could do this. Kanao didn't disagree. Yes. A beat. But you are here. That was enough. Small choices. Not forced. Not perfect. But real. Thomas watched it unfold. Slow. Fragile. This is going to take time, he said. Yes. A pause. And he's not going to give us that. Kanao's gaze shifted slightly. No. Because even now, she could feel it. Not presence. Not pressure. Expectation. Waiting. Because this was the final test. Not control. Not temptation. Collapse. And whether, even as things broke, even as systems failed, even as meaning was challenged, they would still choose. Not because they had to, but because they wanted to. And if they could, then everything he believed would begin to break instead. The collapse didn't stop. But it slowed. Not everywhere. Not all at once. But in places, it held. A repaired beam stayed standing. A patrol route continued without interruption. A supply chain, fragile, imperfect, moved again. Small things. Insignificant alone. But together? Resistance. Kanao Tsuyuri stood in the courtyard, watching it happen. Not directing. Not calculating. Just observing what people chose to do. Thomas walked up beside her, glancing around. It's working, he said quietly. Partially, Kanao replied. A pause. That's better than before. Yes. It was. Then. It broke again. Not gradually. Not subtly. All at once. A section of the estate, newly stabilized, fell into chaos. Not from damage. From decision. A group of slayers stopped mid-task. Set down their tools. And walked away. No argument. No hesitation. Just. Left. Thomas saw it immediately. No. Kanao's eyes narrowed. This is different. They followed. Quickly. The slayers didn't run. Didn't hide. They walked calmly. Toward the edge of the estate. Toward nothing visible. Toward the quiet. Kanao, Thomas said, tension rising, we're losing them. Yes. A pause. They are choosing it. That was worse than before. Because this time, they weren't confused. Weren't misled. They were certain. One of them turned as Kanao approached. You understand now, they said. No distortion. No control. Just belief. Kanao stopped a few steps away. Explain, she said. The slayer nodded slightly. We tried your way. A pause. It is unstable. Another. Everything depends on effort. Thomas stepped forward. Yeah, that's kind of the point. The slayer shook their head. It fails. A beat. This does not. Kanao's gaze remained steady. Because it removes failure. Yes. Silence. And success, she said. The slayer didn't respond. That was the answer. Another stepped forward. We are not abandoning you, they said. A pause. We are choosing something better. Thomas clenched his jaw. Better doesn't mean right. The slayer looked at him. It means it works. That was the argument. Pure. Simple. Dangerous. Kanao stepped forward again. It works because it removes variables, she said. Yes. Including you. A pause. That is acceptable. Silence. Because that was the line. Kanao's grip tightened slightly. Then you are no longer choosing. The slayer met her gaze. We already did. That hit. Harder than anything before. Thomas stepped in front of her slightly. Then why are you still explaining it? He asked. A pause. What? If you're so certain, he continued, why try to convince us? Silence. A crack. Small. But real. We are not convincing, one said. Then leave, Thomas said. A beat. Go. That forced something. Not physically. Internally. The group hesitated. Just slightly. Kanao saw it. And stepped forward. You say it is better, she said. A pause. Then go without looking back. Silence. No one moved. Because that was the difference. Not leaving. Letting go. You cannot, Kanao said quietly. The slayers shifted. Uncertain. Because something remains, she continued. A pause. Something you did not remove. What? One asked. Kanao's answer came without hesitation. Us. Silence. Real. Heavy. Thomas didn't move. Didn't speak. He didn't need to. If it truly removed everything, Kanao continued, you would not still be here. Another pause. You would not hesitate. The group stood still. Caught. Between certainty and something else. We are choosing, one insisted. Kanao nodded. Yes. A step closer. But not fully. The words settled. Then what do we do? One asked. And this time? It wasn't a defense. It was a question. Kanao didn't answer immediately. Because this was the moment. You decide, she said. Thomas glanced at her, but didn't interrupt. Not what is easier, she continued. A pause. Not what is stable. Another. What is yours? Silence. Long. Unresolved. Then. One of them stepped back. Not toward Kanao. Not away. Just. Stopped. Another lowered their gaze. I don't know, they said. And that was it. Uncertainty. Returned. Kanao nodded slightly. Then you are still here. The group didn't reform. Didn't resolve. Some stepped back. Some remained still. Some continued walking. Not all of them stayed. But not all of them left. Thomas exhaled slowly. We didn't win. No, Kanao said. A pause. But we did not lose. And that was enough. For now. Because far beyond them. Unseen. Unheard. Something observed that outcome carefully. Not the ones who left. The ones who hesitated. Because hesitation meant instability. And instability meant opportunity. The next move wouldn't be about offering peace. Or proving control. It would be about removing that hesitation completely. And if that happened? Then the question wouldn't be whether they could choose. But whether there would be anything left to choose for. The next move didn't target the weak. It targeted the strong. The ones who stayed. The ones who chose. The ones who had begun to rebuild. They were the ones who mattered now. Kanao Tsuyuri felt it before anyone reported it. Not pressure. Not presence. Loss. Thomas, she said quietly. He looked up immediately. Yeah. I feel it too. Something was wrong. Not breaking. Gone. The first report confirmed it. A patrol, experienced team didn't return. That wasn't unusual. Not anymore. But the second part. They weren't near any quiet zones. Silence. The third report came seconds later. A training group, also missing. The fourth. A senior slayer, gone. This wasn't drift. This was removal. They're not choosing this, Thomas said, tension rising. No. Kanao's voice sharpened. They are being taken. The room shifted instantly. Because that changed everything. He said he wouldn't interfere, one of the Hashira said. Kanao didn't look away. This is not interference. A pause. It is correction. Thomas frowned. Correction? He is removing variables that resist the system, she said. Silence. Because that meant? This wasn't about proving choice failed. It was about removing those who proved it didn't. They moved immediately. No hesitation. No debate. Because this was a line. The trail was harder to follow this time. Not hidden. Erased. Kanao moved ahead of the group, her focus absolute. He is isolating them, she said. Thomas kept pace beside her. To convert them? A pause. No. That answer felt worse. To remove them from influence. Silence. They reached the location just before dusk. A clearing. Empty. At first glance. Then. They saw them. Not gathered. Not standing. Scattered. Alive. But unmoving. Thomas stopped. What is this? Kanao stepped forward slowly. Containment. The slayers lay where they had fallen. Not injured. Not restrained. Just still. One of them blinked. Slow. Delayed. Kanao. The voice was faint. Distant. Kanao knelt beside him. Yes. We can't move. Thomas crouched beside another. They're conscious. Yes. Kanao's eyes sharpened. But disconnected. The realization hit. Hard. They can't act, Thomas said. But they're still aware. Yes. A pause. He removed their ability to choose. Not by control. Not by force. By severing the link between intention and action. This is worse, Thomas muttered. Yes. Kanao looked at the slayer beside her. What do you feel? She asked. A long pause. Nothing moves. Can you choose to stand? Yes. Then do it. Silence. Nothing happened. I am trying. The words broke slightly. I cannot. Thomas clenched his fists. This is. Yes, Kanao said quietly. It is. This was the final escalation. Not removing choice. Not tempting it away. Breaking it. Kanao stood slowly. Her gaze lifting. Not searching. Knowing. He is here, she said. The air shifted. Not dramatically. Not violently. But undeniably. Muzan Kibutsuji stepped forward from the edge of the clearing. Not hidden. Not distant. Watching. You have progressed, he said calmly. Thomas stepped forward immediately. Undo this. Muzan didn't look at him. His gaze remained on Kanao. You insisted on choice, he continued. A pause. I have allowed it. Kanao didn't move. This is not allowance. It is refinement. A step forward. You claim choice gives meaning. A pause. Then let us observe its value when it cannot be acted upon. Silence. Because that was the test. Choice without power. Meaning without effect. Kanao's grip tightened. Restore them. Muzan's expression didn't change. Prove it is necessary. Thomas snapped. They're people, not variables. Muzan finally looked at him. They are evidence. Kanao stepped forward. Not rushing. Not attacking. Choosing. You believe that without action, choice has no value, she said. Yes. A pause. Then you are incorrect. That drew something. Small. But real. Demonstrate. Silence fell over the clearing. All eyes. Even those who couldn't move. Focused. Because this was it. Not a battle of strength. Not speed. But something else entirely. Kanao knelt again beside the nearest slayer. You can still choose, she said quietly. It does nothing. It defines you. A pause. Then choose. Silence. Long. Heavy. I choose. Nothing happened. The body didn't move. The world didn't change. But something shifted. Not physically. Internally, Kanao looked up at Muzan. That is enough, she said. Muzan's gaze narrowed slightly. It changes nothing. Kanao stood. It changes everything. A pause. Because it proves you are wrong. Silence. Explain. Kanao's voice didn't waver. You believe choice only matters if it produces action. A step forward. But meaning exists before outcome. Another. They chose. A pause. And you could not prevent it. That landed. Not visibly. But deeply. Muzan's expression didn't change. But something behind it shifted. Irrelevant, he said. Is it? Kanao replied. Silence. Because now the system had a flaw. Not in control. In understanding. Restore them, Kanao said again. This time. Not as a demand. As a conclusion. Because if you do not. A pause. You admit you cannot. Silence. Long. Then. Muzan moved. Not attacking. Not retreating. Adjusting. The air shifted again. And suddenly. The slayers gasped. Bodies moved. Limbs responded. Choice. Restored. They collapsed forward, breathing hard, disoriented, but free. Thomas exhaled sharply. Okay, yeah, that's new. Kanao didn't look away from Muzan. You corrected the system, she said. A pause. Because it failed. Muzan regarded her in silence. Then. This is not over. I know. A final pause. Next time. A faint shift. I will remove even that. Then. He was gone. Silence remained. But it wasn't the same as before. Because now. They had proven something. Not just that they could choose. But that choice. Didn't need power. To matter. And that. That was something he had not accounted for. Kanao stood still for a moment longer. Then turned. We continue. Thomas let out a breath. Yeah. A pause. We do. Because now. The question had changed again. Not whether choice could survive. But whether it could endure. Even when stripped of everything else. And if it could. Then nothing he built. Would ever truly hold. The silence he left behind felt different. Not heavy. Not oppressive. Unresolved. That was worse. Kanao Tsuyuri stood in the clearing a moment longer, watching the space where Muzan Kibutsuji had been. Not expecting him to return. Understanding that he would. You pushed him, Thomas said quietly. Kanao didn't respond immediately. Yes. A pause. You think that was a good idea? Another pause. It was necessary. Thomas exhaled. Those two things keep lining up for you. Kanao didn't disagree. Behind them, the recovered slayers slowly began to stand. Unsteady. Disoriented. But moving. One of them looked at Kanao. We chose, they said quietly. Kanao nodded. Yes. It didn't do anything. A pause. It did, she replied. They frowned slightly. How? Kanao's gaze remained steady. It proved you could. That answer didn't fix their confusion. But it grounded it. The return to the estate was quieter than before. Not heavy. Not broken. Thoughtful. Because now, everyone had felt it. The line between choosing and being able to act. And how easily that line could be severed. By the time they arrived, word had already spread. Not exaggerated. Not distorted. Understood. They took your ability to act? But you could still think? You could still decide? Questions came quickly. But for once, they weren't panicked. They were focused. The meeting that followed was unlike the others. No raised voices. No immediate demands. Just one question. Repeated in different forms. What happens if he does it again? Kanao stood at the center of it. He will, she said. Silence. And next time, he may not reverse it. That landed hard. So we lose, someone said. Kanao shook her head. No. A pause. We continue. That's not a strategy, another argued. Kanao's gaze shifted to them. No. A beat. It is a foundation. Thomas stepped in beside her. She's right, he said. A pause. Everything we've done so far, holding together, choosing to act, resisting the quiet, it all depends on that. He gestured slightly. If we lose the ability to act. A beat. The only thing left is the decision to keep choosing anyway. Silence followed. Because that was terrifying. And if that's all we have, someone asked quietly. Kanao answered immediately. Then it must be enough. Later. Much later. The estate settled again. Not into calm. Into readiness. Kanao stood beneath the wisteria once more. Thomas joined her, as he always did. You really believe that? He asked. Kanao glanced at him. Yes. A pause. Even if we can't do anything with it? Kanao's gaze lifted slightly. Action is not the only outcome of choice. Thomas frowned. Then what is? Kanao considered for a moment. Not calculating. Understanding. Identity, she said. That word lingered. If we lose the ability to act, she continued, but still choose. A pause. Then we remain ourselves. Thomas was quiet for a moment. And if we stop choosing? Kanao's answer came without hesitation. Then we become what he believes we are. Silence. Yeah, Thomas said quietly. That tracks. The wind moved gently through the trees. Not carrying pressure. Not carrying invitation. Just moving. But both of them knew. That wouldn't last. Because somewhere, far beyond them, a new conclusion had already formed. Not about control. Not about temptation. About inevitability. And the next time Muzan Kibutsuji returned? He wouldn't try to remove choice. He wouldn't try to tempt it away. He would try to prove that even if choice remained, it wouldn't matter. And if he succeeded, then everything they had built, everything they had chosen, would collapse. Not because it was taken, but because it failed to change anything at all. Kanao's gaze steadied. Because that was the final test. Not whether choice could exist, but whether it could matter. Even in a world that refused to respond to it. And whether, even then, they would still choose. Not for the outcome. Not for the result. But simply because it was theirs. The next change didn't arrive with fear. It arrived with nothing. No whispers. No pull. No quiet. Just absence. Kanao Tsuyuri noticed it first. Of course she did. It's gone, she said. Thomas looked up from where he'd been helping reinforce a damaged section of the estate. What is? Kanao's gaze swept across the courtyard. People moved. Worked. Spoke. Normally. The pressure, she said. Thomas frowned. That's good, right? A pause. No. Because when something that constant disappears, it isn't relief. It's preparation. The first sign came hours later. Not dramatic. Not obvious. A slayer tripped while walking. Not unusual. But they didn't catch themselves. They fell. Hard. And stayed there. Get up, someone said, reaching for them. I am trying, they replied. But they weren't moving. Kanao was already there. What are you choosing? She asked. The slayer blinked. Confused. To stand. Then stand. Silence. Nothing happened. Thomas's expression tightened. Not again. Kanao shook her head slightly. No. A pause. This is different. More reports followed. A builder stopped mid-task. Not walking away. Not hesitating. Just stopping. I'll finish this, they said. But they didn't move. A medic reached for supplies. Paused. And remained frozen. I know what to do. But no action followed. The pattern spread. Not everywhere. Not all at once. But enough. They can choose, Thomas said, voice tight. But nothing happens. Kanao nodded. Yes. A pause. He removed consequence. Thomas blinked. What? Kanao's gaze sharpened. Choice leads to action. A beat. Action leads to outcome. Another. He has removed the second step. Silence. So nothing we do matters, Thomas said. Kanao didn't deny it. Not externally. That was worse than anything before. Because now, even acting wouldn't change anything. The meeting was immediate. Tense. But not chaotic. Because everyone felt it. We are losing functionality, one of the Hashira said. No, Kanao corrected. All eyes turned. We are losing impact. A pause. Our actions do not produce results. Silence. Then what's the point? Someone asked quietly. There it was. The real attack. Not on systems. Not on choice. On meaning. Kanao stepped forward. The point has not changed, she said. That's easy to say, someone replied. But if nothing we do affects anything, they still define us. Silence. Thomas stepped in beside her. We're back to that again, he said. A pause. Just choosing. Yes. Even if it does nothing. Kanao looked at him. It does something. A beat. Internally. That wasn't comforting. Not immediately. So we just keep going, someone asked. Kanao didn't hesitate. Yes. A pause. And if nothing changes? Her answer came just as fast. Then we continue. Silence. Because that was the hardest answer yet. Later. The estate moved again. Slowly. Imperfectly. People tried. Some succeeded. Some didn't. But the difference now was that success and failure looked the same. Thomas sat beside Kanao that night. This feels worse, he admitted. Yes. A pause. Because before, we could see what we were fighting. Kanao nodded slightly. Yes. Now it just feels pointless. Kanao didn't answer immediately. Because this was the final edge. It is not pointless, she said. Thomas glanced at her. How do you know? A pause. Because we are still choosing. That answer didn't fix the feeling. But it held against it. You really believe that's enough? Kanao looked out into the distance. Not searching. Knowing. It has to be. And far away. Unseen. Unfelt. Muzan Kibutsuji watched. Not with curiosity. Not with interest. With expectation. Because now, the system had reached its limit. Choice remained. Action existed. But outcome was gone. And if they continued to choose anyway, then everything he believed would break. But if they stopped, even once, then he would be proven right. And this time, there would be no need to correct anything. Because the system would collapse on its own. The breaking point didn't come from failure. It came from repetition. Day after day. They chose. They acted. They tried. And nothing changed. A repaired structure collapsed again. A delivered supply never arrived, despite being sent. A treated wound reopened, without cause. Effort. Without effect. Even the strongest began to slow. Kanao Tsuyuri saw it in their movements. The hesitation. Not before choosing. After. What's the point? Someone whispered. Not loudly. Not meant to be heard. But it spread. Thomas heard it too. Of course he did. This is it, he muttered. Kanao didn't look at him. Yes. A pause. This is where it breaks. That night. Fewer people moved. Tasks left unfinished. Not abandoned. Just not completed. Because completion no longer meant anything. Thomas found Kanao where he always did. The wisteria. But this time. Even that felt different. They're stopping, he said. Yes. A pause. And we can't blame them. Kanao didn't respond. Because he was right. So what now? He asked. Kanao was quiet for a long moment. Not calculating. Not predicting. Thinking. We stop, she said. Thomas blinked. What? Kanao turned slightly. We stop trying to produce outcomes. That's what we've been doing. Yes. A pause. And it is failing. Silence. So we just give up, he asked. No. A step forward. We change what we are doing. The next morning. There were no orders. No assignments. No expectations. At first. Confusion. Then. Stillness. What are we supposed to do? Someone asked. Kanao stood at the center of the courtyard. Anything. Silence. That's it, another asked. Yes. A pause. That doesn't make sense. It does not need to. Thomas watched from the side. You're removing structure, he said quietly. Yes. Why? Kanao's gaze moved across the estate. Because he has already removed its function. A pause. So we remove its purpose. That sounded wrong. But it wasn't. People stood there. Uncertain. Uncomfortable. No tasks. No goals. No outcomes. Just themselves. Minutes passed. Then someone moved. Not to repair. Not to organize. To help someone else stand. No reason. No outcome. Just because they chose to. Another followed. A conversation. A shared moment. A small laugh. Not productive. Not efficient. Real. Thomas watched it unfold slowly. This isn't fixing anything, he said. No. A pause. But it's not breaking either. That was new. Kanao stepped forward slightly. He removed outcome, she said. A beat. So we removed dependence on it. Across the estate. People began to move again. Not to complete tasks. Not to achieve results. But to exist. Together. A meal shared. A story told. A hand held. None of it changed anything. Externally. But internally. Something stabilized. Thomas exhaled slowly. You're not trying to win anymore. Kanao shook her head. No. Then what are we doing? She looked at him. Remaining. The day passed. Nothing improved. Nothing worsened. And for the first time. That felt stable. Because stability no longer came from success. But from presence. And far away. Muzan Kibutsuji observed. For the first time. Something unexpected appeared. Not resistance. Not defiance. Indifference. Not toward him. Toward outcome. And that was not part of the system. Because a system that does not seek results cannot be measured. Cannot be proven wrong. Or right. It simply exists. Kanao stood beneath the wisteria once more. Thomas beside her. This feels strange, he admitted. Yes. A pause. But it's not collapsing. No. Because now there was nothing left to collapse. No expectation. No result. No outcome. Only choice. And the quiet presence of those who continued to make it. Even when it changed nothing. And that was something he had never accounted for. Because for the first time, they weren't choosing to win. They were choosing. Without needing to. For a while. Nothing happened. No collapse. No recovery. No escalation. Just stillness. It wasn't peace. It wasn't victory. But it held. Kanao Tsuyuri felt the difference immediately. Not in the world. In people. They moved without urgency. Spoke without purpose. Stayed without reason. And somehow, that made them harder to break. Thomas noticed it too. He's not acting, he said one evening. Kanao nodded. Yes. Why? A pause. Because this does not fit. Far away. Muzan Kibutsuji stood in silence. Observing. Calculating. And finding nothing. No leverage. No predictable outcome. No system to refine. Because there was no longer a system. Only people. This is inefficient, Musin said calmly. No one answered. No one needed to. Because inefficiency wasn't a flaw anymore. It was the point. Back at the estate. A small moment unfolded. One of the slayers sat beside another. Do you think this matters? They asked quietly. The other shrugged slightly. I don't know. A pause. But I'm still here. That answer spread. Not as a rule. Not as a belief. As something simpler. A shared state. Thomas leaned against a wooden post, watching. We stopped trying to beat him, he said. Kanao stood nearby. Yes. And somehow that made it harder for him to beat us. A pause. Yes. But still. Something remained unfinished. Because this wasn't an end. It was a stalemate. And stalemates don't last. Kanao knew that. So did he. The shift came without warning. Not through force. Not through collapse. Through return. A slayer stood up suddenly. I want to fix this, they said. They picked up a broken beam. Lifted it. Placed it. And this time? It stayed. Thomas froze. Did you see that? Kanao's eyes sharpened. Yes. Another followed. A medic treated a wound. It closed. A runner delivered supplies. They arrived. The link had returned. Choice. Action. Outcome. Slowly. Unpredictably. But real. Thomas let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. It's back. Kanao nodded slightly. Yes. A pause. Did we do that? Kanao didn't answer immediately. Because the truth was more complicated. No, she said. A beat. He did. Far away. Musin Kibutsuji stood still. Watching the change unfold. He had restored it. Not out of mercy. Not out of weakness. But because he had no way to break what they had become. A system without dependence on outcome. Could not be disproven by removing it. So he returned it. To test something else. Back at the estate. Kanao turned slightly. This is not over, she said. Thomas nodded. Yeah. I figured. A pause. So what now? Kanao looked out over the people. Moving again. Choosing again. Acting again. Now we choose with consequence, she said. A beat. And we see if that changes anything. Thomas exhaled slowly. And if it doesn't? Kanao's answer came without hesitation. Then we continue. Because now they had something new. Not just choice. Not just action. But freedom from needing either to matter. And that made every outcome secondary. The wind moved again through the estate. Different now. Not carrying pressure. Not carrying absence. Just possibility. And somewhere? Watching. Calculating. Adapting. Musin Kibutsuji reached a conclusion. Not final. But dangerous. If removing outcome did not break them. And restoring it did not control them. Then the only thing left to test was something far more absolute. Not choice. Not action. Not meaning. Existence itself. And when that test came, there would be no middle ground left. Only one question. Would they still choose? If choosing meant losing everything? Kanao's gaze lifted slightly toward the horizon. Steady. Unshaken. Because when that moment arrived, there would be no system left to challenge. Only themselves. And whether that alone would still be enough. The final phase didn't announce itself. It erased. Not structures. Not systems. Presence. Kanao Tsuyuri felt it as a gap. Not something wrong. Something missing. Someone's gone, she said. Thomas looked around instinctively. Who? Kanao didn't answer. Because there was no answer. No memory. No trace. Just absence. A slayer approached them. Wasn't there someone stationed here, they asked. Thomas frowned. Yeah. I think. He stopped. He couldn't finish the thought. I don't remember, he admitted. That was the attack. Not death. Not removal. Erasure. Memories faded. Connections dissolved. People didn't disappear dramatically. They simply stopped being known. Across the estate. It spread. I had a partner, didn't I? There was someone I used to talk to. What was their name? No answers. Thomas clenched his fists. This is worse than anything he's done. Kanao didn't deny it. Yes. Because this didn't just remove choice. It removed the reason to choose. If no one remembered you, if no connection remained, then what were you choosing for? They found one of the affected soon after. Standing still. Not frozen. Not controlled. Just empty. Who are you? They asked Kanao. Thomas flinched. Hey, no, we just talked yesterday. Did we? No recognition. No connection. Nothing. Kanao stepped forward. You are a demon slayer, she said. The person blinked. Am I? A pause. Does that matter? That was the collapse. Not forced. Real. Thomas looked at Kanao. What do we do? Kanao didn't answer immediately. Because this was beyond anything before. No system. No outcome. No connection. Only choice. You choose, she said finally. The person frowned. Based on what? Silence. Because there was nothing left to base it on. No memory. No attachment. No meaning. Just the moment. Kanao stepped closer. Because you are here, she said. That's not a reason. It is enough. Thomas watched carefully. Tense. Because this had to work. Or nothing would. The person stood there. Thinking. Not recalling. Not reconnecting. Choosing. Slowly. They took a step. Then I'll stay, they said. No reason. No memory. Just choice. And that changed something. Not externally. Not visibly. But fundamentally. Because even without memory, even without connection, choice remained. Kanao looked up. Not searching. Knowing. This is the final test, she said quietly. Thomas nodded. Yeah. A pause. And it's brutal. Across the estate. More people forgot. More connections vanished. More identities blurred. But something strange began to happen. Even without remembering each other? People still stayed. Still helped. Still chose. Not because of bonds. Not because of meaning. But because they decided to. Far away. Muzan Kibutsuji observed in silence. This was the end condition. No memory. No connection. No outcome. Only isolated individuals. If they stopped choosing now, then everything would collapse. If they continued, then something existed that he could not remove. Back beneath the wisteria, Kanao stood still. Thomas beside her. I don't even know if I'd recognize you if this gets worse, he said quietly. Kanao looked at him. A brief pause. Then choose anyway, she said. He let out a small breath. Yeah. A beat. I will. The wind moved softly through the estate. Carrying nothing. No pressure. No voice. Just space. And within that space, people moved. Chose. Acted. Without memory. Without certainty. Without reason. And yet, they remained. Because at the very end, when everything else was stripped away, there was still one thing left. Not connection. Not meaning. Not outcome. Choice. And whether that alone could define existence itself. Kanao's gaze lifted slightly. Steady. Unwavering. Because if it could, then nothing he removed would ever truly erase them. And if it couldn't, then this quiet, empty world would be all that remained. And no one would even remember what was lost. At the very edge, where memory had thinned to almost nothing, something unexpected happened. Not a return. Not a restoration. A recognition. Kanao Tsuyuri felt it first. Not as a thought. Not as a memory. As alignment. The people around her moved, not because they remembered why, but because something in them matched. Thomas stood a short distance away. He looked at her. Paused. I don't know you, he said. Kanao nodded. Yes. A beat. But I know I should stand here. Silence. Not empty. Certain. Kanao stepped closer. Then stand. He did. No hesitation. No reason. Across the estate, others began to do the same. Not gathering by name. Not reuniting by memory. But forming. Small groups. Quiet clusters. People choosing to remain near one another, without knowing why. And something changed. Not externally. Not visibly. But structurally. Because this time, the connections weren't built from memory or experience. They were built from choice itself. Far away, Muzan Kibutsuji observed. For the first time, there was no immediate adjustment. No refinement. No correction. Because this did not follow any prior model. They are forming connections without cause, he said quietly. A pause. Without history. That should not have been possible. Connection required memory. Meaning required continuity. Identity required both. But they were bypassing all of it. Back at the estate, Kanao moved through the forming groups. People didn't recognize her. Didn't know her name. But they didn't resist her presence. They chose to stay. One of them spoke. "This feels right." Another nodded. "I don't know why." Kanao stopped beside them. "You do not need to," she said. They didn't question it. Because for the first time, reason wasn't required. Thomas walked beside her again. Not because he remembered. Because he chose to. "This is new," he said. "Yes." A pause. "What do we call it?" Kanao considered for a moment. "Nothing," she said. "Nothing?" "Yes." A beat. Because if we define it, we limit it, Thomas finished. Kanao nodded slightly. The estate stabilized again. Not through memory. Not through structure. Through presence. People helped each other? Without knowing who they were helping. Shared space. Without knowing why. Remained. Without needing justification. And for the first time, nothing was being lost. Because nothing depended on what could be removed. Far away, Musin stood still. He had removed memory. They created connection without it. He had removed outcome. They chose without needing it. He had removed meaning. They continued without it. There was nothing left to take. And yet, they remained. "This is unacceptable," he said quietly. But not because it was wrong. Because it was beyond control. Back beneath the wisteria, Kanao stood still. Thomas beside her. Neither remembered the other. But both stayed. "I think we've reached it," Thomas said. Kanao nodded. "Yes." "The end?" A pause. "No." Her gaze lifted slightly. "The beginning." Because this wasn't the victory of one side over the other. It wasn't the defeat of control. Or the triumph of freedom. It was something else. Something that existed. Even when everything else was removed. Not memory. Not meaning. Not outcome. Not even identity. Just choice. And the quiet, undeniable truth. That as long as it remained, something would always exist. Even in a world where nothing else did. And that was something even Musin Kibutsuji could not erase. For the first time, he wasn't observing a system. He was facing something that didn't need one. And that meant? For the first time, he had nothing left to take. Only one thing left to do. Choose. And whether he would. That was something even Kanao could not predict. Because now, the question no longer belonged to them. It belonged to him. For the first time, he hesitated. Not because he lacked power. Not because he lacked options. Because none of them applied. Musin Kibutsuji stood in a space untouched by memory, untouched by outcome. And found nothing to act on. No fear to exploit. No meaning to twist. No connection to sever. Only existence. Irrelevant, he said quietly. But the word didn't land. Not even to himself. Because irrelevance required comparison. And there was nothing left to compare. Back at the estate, Kanao Tsuyuri felt it. Not pressure. Not change. Attention. She lifted her gaze slightly. He is still there, she said. Thomas stood beside her. I figured. A pause. You think he's going to do something? Kanao didn't answer immediately. Because this was different. Yes, she said. A beat. But not to us. Far away. Muzin moved. Not toward the estate. Not toward the people. Inward. If there was nothing left to remove. Nothing left to control. Nothing left to break. Then the only variable remaining was himself. Choice, he said quietly. The word felt foreign. Unnecessary. And yet, it remained. He had spent centuries eliminating it. Refining systems that removed its unpredictability. Replacing it with certainty. Control. Inevitability. And now, he stood before something that existed because of it. Without it, he could not understand them. With it, he would no longer be what he was. Back beneath the wisteria, Kanao stood still. Not watching him. Knowing. He's reached it, she said. Thomas glanced at her. The same place we did? A pause. Yes. Silence. So what happens now? He asked. Kanao didn't respond immediately. Because this was no longer their decision. He chooses, she said. Far away. Muzin closed his eyes. Not to rest. To remove everything external. No influence. No observation. No system. Only the moment. For the first time in his existence. He did not calculate. Did not optimize. Did not control. He considered. If I choose, he said quietly. Then I accept uncertainty. A pause. And if I do not? Another. Then nothing changes. And for the first time, that second option held no advantage. Because nothing changing now meant nothing existing. He opened his eyes. And chose. Back at the estate. Something shifted. Not dramatically. Not violently. Subtly. People still didn't remember. Still didn't rely on outcome. Still didn't define meaning. But something new appeared. A direction. Small. Barely noticeable. But real. Thomas blinked. Do you feel that? Kanao nodded slightly. Yes. What is it? A pause. Change, she said. Far away. Muzin stood still. He had not regained control. Had not rebuilt his system. Had not restored what he had lost. But he had done something else. He had acted. Without certainty. And that changed everything. Because now, he was no longer separate from what he observed. He was part of it. Back beneath the wisteria. Kanao looked forward. Not at the past. Not at what had been lost. At what now could be. It's not over, Thomas said. No. A pause. But it's different. Yes. Because now, the conflict had ended. Not with victory. Not with defeat. But with something else entirely. Understanding. Not perfect. Not complete. But enough. Because for the first time, both sides existed within the same truth. That nothing was guaranteed. Nothing was fixed. Nothing was certain. And yet, they remained. Not because they had to. Not because they were meant to. But because they chose to. And that was something neither control nor resistance could ever replace. The wind moved gently through the estate. No longer carrying absence. No longer carrying pressure. Just movement. And within it, people stood. Together. Not defined. Not remembered. Not certain. But present. And for the first time. That was enough. The world did not reset. That would have been too simple. Nothing returned to what it had been. Memories didn't suddenly flood back. Names weren't restored. Histories remained gone. But something else began to form. Not from the past. From now. Kanao Tsuyuri noticed it in the smallest details. People began repeating actions. Not because they remembered doing them. But because they chose them again. A slayer sat in the same spot 2 mornings in a row. A medic checked the same supplies each night. 2 people stood beside each other, again. Not habit. Not memory. Reselection. Thomas leaned against a post, watching it unfold. They're rebuilding patterns, he said. Kanao nodded. Yes. But they don't know they are. They do not need to. A pause. That's kind of amazing. Because this time, patterns weren't inherited. They weren't learned. They were chosen. Again and again. Far away. Muzan Kibutsuji observed the same thing. Not as a flaw. Not as something to remove. As something new. They are recreating continuity, he said quietly. Without memory. Without structure. Without enforcement. Only through repeated choice. That had not existed before. Because before, continuity had depended on the past. Now, it depended on the present. Back at the estate, Kanao stood beneath the wisteria once more. Thomas approached, stopping beside her. I think I keep ending up here, he said. A pause. I don't know why. Kanao glanced at him. Because you choose to. He let out a small breath. Yeah. A beat. And I think I'd choose it again. Kanao didn't respond. But she didn't move either. Around them, people began to align in quiet, repeating ways. Groups formed, not from memory, but from consistent presence. Work resumed, not from obligation, but from repeated decision. Care returned, not from attachment, but from chosen action. And slowly, very slowly, something deeper formed. Not memory, but familiarity. A recognition not based on the past, but on repetition in the present. Thomas looked at someone passing by. Paused. I think I've seen them before, he said. Kanao nodded slightly. You have. When? Recently. That was enough. Far away. Muzan stood still, watching a system emerge. That did not rely on control. That did not rely on memory. That did not rely on outcome. It stabilizes, he said. A pause. Without requiring permanence. That was the final difference. Everything he had built had depended on permanence. Control. Predictability. This depended on none of them. And yet, it endured. Back at the estate, Kanao turned slightly. This is the next phase, she said. Thomas glanced at her. What do you mean? A pause. We build forward, she said. Without the past? Yes. Without knowing what comes next? Yes. He exhaled slowly. That's kind of terrifying. Kanao didn't disagree. Yes. A pause. But we will do it anyway. Because now. They didn't need certainty. Didn't need memory. Didn't need guarantees. They had something else. The ability to choose again. And again. And again. And through that. To build something that could not be erased. Because it was never fixed to begin with. The wind moved gently through the estate. Carrying no past. No future. Only the present moment. And within it. People stood. Moved. Chose. Not because they remembered who they were. But because they decided. Who they would be. And somewhere? Watching. Not as an enemy. Not as a controller. But as something newly uncertain? Muzan Kibutsuji remained. No longer outside the system. No longer above it. But within the same reality. Where nothing was guaranteed. And everything. Had to be chosen. Even him. Time, if it could still be called that, began to feel different. Not measured by memory. Not tracked by events. But by repetition. How many times someone chose the same thing. How often they returned. That became continuity. Kanao Tsuyuri stood beneath the wisteria again. Not because she remembered standing there before. But because she kept choosing to. And each time she did. It felt more certain. Not from the past. From consistency. Thomas approached, as he often did. I think this is becoming a habit, he said. Kanao glanced at him. No. A pause. It is becoming a pattern. He tilted his head slightly. What's the difference? Kanao looked ahead. A habit continues without awareness. A beat. A pattern continues by choice. Thomas let out a quiet breath. Yeah. A pause. I like that better. Around them. More patterns solidified. A group that gathered every cycle. A pair that trained together. A medic who always checked on the same people. Not because they remembered. Because they chose? Again. And with each repetition. Something subtle returned. Not memory. But trust. Not based on the past. But on consistency in the present. Thomas watched someone pass by. I don't know their name, he said. A pause. But I know they'll be here tomorrow. Kanao nodded. Yes. That was enough. Far away. Muzan Kibutsuji observed the same development. Not as a flaw. Not as a system to dismantle. As something to understand. They are constructing identity through repetition, he said quietly. A pause. Without memory. And more importantly, without needing it. Because identity, once tied to the past, was now forming from the present. And that meant? It could not be erased. Back at the estate. A small moment unfolded. One of the slayers hesitated before joining a group. I don't know if I belong here, they said. Someone inside the group looked up. You were here before. I don't remember that. You don't need to. A pause. You can choose it again. Silence. Then. The slayer stepped forward. That was how belonging formed now. Not remembered. Chosen. Thomas watched it happen. This is better than before, he admitted. Kanao didn't answer immediately. Because better wasn't the right word. It is different, she said. A pause. And it cannot be taken the same way. The structure of the world had changed. Not physically. Fundamentally. Before. Everything depended on what had been. Now. Everything depended on what was chosen next. And that meant? Nothing was permanent. But nothing was truly lost either. Far away. Muzin stood still. Not calculating destruction. Not refining control. Choosing. A small movement. He stepped forward. Not toward power. Not toward dominance. Toward presence. Back beneath the wisteria. Kanao felt it. Not as a threat. As alignment. He's changed, Thomas said quietly. Kanao nodded. Yes. A pause. Do we stop him? Kanao looked ahead. No. Why not? A beat. Because he is no longer trying to control. Silence. Then what is he doing? Kanao's answer came softly. The same thing we are. Choosing. And for the first time. There was no clear divide. No enemy. No opposition. Only individuals. All facing the same reality. Nothing guaranteed. Nothing remembered. Nothing fixed. Only what they chose. In the moment. And whether they would continue to choose. Again. And again. And again. The wind moved gently through the estate. Not carrying conflict. Not carrying resolution. Just movement. And within it, Kanao stood. Thomas beside her. Others nearby. Not bound by the past. Not driven by the future. But present. And for the first time. That wasn't a limitation. It was freedom. Freedom didn't feel like release. It felt like responsibility. Because nothing held them anymore. No past to guide them. No system to rely on. Only what they chose. And what they kept choosing. Kanao Tsuyuri understood that first. Not as a thought. As weight. Each step she took wasn't supported by what came before. It created what came next. Thomas stood beside her, quieter than usual. You ever think about how easy it would be to just stop? He asked. Kanao glanced at him. Yes. A pause. And? I do not. He let out a small breath. Yeah. A beat. Me neither. Around them. People continued. Not perfectly. Not constantly. But consistently enough. A group that gathered most cycles. A medic who checked supplies more often than not. A pair who trained together, again. Patterns weren't flawless. But they didn't need to be. They just needed to be chosen. More than they were not. Far away. Muzin Kibutsuji stood within the same shifting reality. No longer separate. No longer above. And for the first time, he experienced it. Not control. Not certainty. Choice. He observed a small moment. Two individuals stood across from one another. They didn't recognize each other. Didn't share memory. But one stepped forward. Stay, they said. The other hesitated. Then. Stayed. No system enforced it. No past justified it. It happened. Musin watched carefully. Inefficient, he said. But the word lacked weight. Because inefficiency no longer meant failure. It meant freedom from constraint. Back at the estate, a new tension began to form. Not from collapse. Not from loss. From difference. Without a shared past. Without fixed meaning. People began choosing differently. One group focused on rebuilding structure. Another chose to simply remain. Another wandered, seeking something undefined. Not conflict, but divergence. Thomas noticed it first. We're starting to split, he said. Kanao nodded. Yes. Is that a problem? A pause. It depends. On what? Kanao looked out across the estate. On whether they can still choose to remain together. The test had changed again. Not about losing everything. Not about continuing without meaning. But about coexistence. Could different choices exist? Without breaking each other? That evening? The first real disagreement emerged. Not loud. Not violent. But clear. This isn't working, one group said. We should rebuild structure. Another shook their head. We don't need structure. It helps people stay consistent. It limits choice. Silence. Not hostile. But tense. Thomas stepped forward slightly. They're both right, he said. That didn't resolve anything. Kanao stepped beside him. Then both will continue, she said. A pause. Without forcing the other to stop. Silence. And if that doesn't work, someone asked. Kanao's answer came steadily. Then we choose again. It wasn't a solution. But it was consistent. And slowly. The tension eased. Not because it was resolved. But because it was allowed. Far away. Musin observed this too. Not collapse. Not control. Coexistence. They are not converging, he said. A pause. Yet they are not breaking. That was new. Because previously, difference led to conflict. Conflict led to domination. Domination led to control. Now, difference remained. Without escalation. Because no one was trying to remove it. Back beneath the wisteria. Kanao stood still. Thomas beside her. This is getting complicated, he admitted. Yes. A pause. You still think this works? Kanao didn't hesitate. It is working. Because now, the system had evolved again. Not into unity. But into something more difficult. Balance. Not enforced. Not stable. But chosen. And maintained? Only as long as people continued to choose it. The wind moved softly through the estate. Carrying no single direction. Only possibility. And within it, people stood. Moved. Chose. Not the same things. Not the same ways. But still. Together. And for the first time. That wasn't fragile. It was alive. Alive things don't stay still. They grow. Shift. Adapt. And sometimes, they clash. Kanao Tsuyuri noticed the change before it became visible. Not in actions. In tone. Choices were still being made. But now, some began to push against others. Not to destroy. To define. Thomas felt it too. It's getting sharper, he said quietly. Kanao nodded. Yes. That evening? The first real fracture formed. A group that had chosen structure began organizing more deliberately. Clear roles. Defined tasks. Repeated systems. Another group resisted. We're going backwards, one of them said. It helps people stay consistent, someone from the structured group replied. It forces them into patterns. They're choosing those patterns. Silence. Because that was true. Choice was still present. But now, it was influencing others. Thomas stepped between them slightly. Hey, he said, not forceful, just present. No one's forcing anything. That's not the point, someone replied. Then what is? A pause. They're shaping what this becomes. That was the new tension. Not control. Influence. Kanao stepped forward. Everything shapes what this becomes, she said. A beat. Including resistance. Silence. So what do we do? Someone asked. Kanao didn't hesitate. We allow it. That answer didn't satisfy everyone. But it held. Because stopping it would require control. And that would undo everything. Over the next cycles, the differences deepened. Not violently, but distinctly. Some areas of the estate became organized. Predictable. Reliable. Others remained fluid. Unstructured. Free. And between them, movement continued. People crossed between spaces. Chose differently on different days. Nothing was fixed. Thomas stood at the edge between the two. This shouldn't work, he said. Kanao stood beside him. And yet it does. A pause. Barely. Kanao didn't disagree. Yes. Far away. Muzan Kibutsuji observed the divergence carefully. Not as disorder. As evolution. They are creating multiple systems, he said. A pause. Without eliminating alternatives. That was the key difference. Previously, one system would dominate. Now, multiple coexisted. Without resolution. Without conclusion. And yet, they held. Back at the estate. A moment of tension peaked. A structured group requested commitment. If you join us, you stay, they said. Someone hesitated. I don't know if I want that. Then don't join. But I want to try. Silence. Because this was the edge. Commitment versus freedom. Consistency versus change. Kanao stepped forward. You can choose it, she said. A pause. And choose differently later. The structured group stiffened slightly. That weakens the system. Kanao met their gaze. Then strengthen it by continuing to choose it. Silence. Because that shifted responsibility. Not on rules. On individuals. The person nodded slowly. Then I'll stay. A beat. For now. That was enough. Thomas exhaled quietly. You just rewrote commitment. Kanao glanced at him. No. A pause. They did. The system evolved again. Not into rigidity. Not into chaos. But into something more difficult. Dynamic balance. Always shifting. Always adjusting. Held together. Not by structure. Not by freedom alone. But by the constant act of choosing between them. Far away. Muzin stood still. For the first time. He did not seek to change it. Because this was no longer something to defeat. It was something to understand. Back beneath the wisteria, Kanao stood. Thomas beside her. Others nearby. Different. Changing. But still present. You think this lasts? Thomas asked. Kanao looked out across it all. Only if we keep choosing it, she said. A pause. And if we don't? Kanao's answer came quietly. Then it becomes something else. Not an end. Not a failure. Just change. And for the first time, that wasn't something to fear. It was something to accept. Because now, nothing needed to stay the same. For something to continue existing. And that was the final difference between control and freedom. In the end, there was no final battle. No last strike. No decisive victory. Because nothing remained that could be ended that way. Kanao Tsuyuri stood beneath the wisteria one more time. Not because it was the last time. But because she chose it. Thomas stood beside her. As he often did. Not from memory. From repetition. From choice. So this is it, he asked quietly. Kanao looked out across the estate. Different groups. Different paths. Different ways of existing. All continuing. No, she said. A pause. This is what continues. Far away. Muzin Kibutsuji stood still. He had tested everything. Removed everything. Broken every system that depended on certainty. And what remained could not be removed. Because it did not depend on anything external. For the first time in his existence, he did not act. Not because he couldn't. Because there was nothing left to oppose. He stepped forward. Not as a ruler. Not as a destroyer. As something else. Back at the estate. No one reacted when he appeared. Not out of ignorance. Not out of fear. Because reaction required context. And context no longer defined them. He walked through the space. People moved around him. Past him. With him. No resistance. No submission. Just presence. He stopped a short distance from Kanao. Thomas tensed just slightly. But did not step forward. You have nothing left to protect, Muzin said. Kanao met his gaze. And nothing left to lose. A pause. Then what remains? Kanao answered simply. What we choose. Silence. Because that answer had no weakness left in it. Muzin looked around. At people who did not remember each other. But still stayed. At groups that did not agree. But still coexisted. At actions that did not guarantee outcomes. But were still taken. And this continues? He asked. Kanao nodded. As long as we do. A long pause. For the first time. There was no next move. No escalation. No counter. Only a decision. Muzin closed his eyes briefly. Not in calculation. In acceptance. When he opened them, something had changed. Not his power. Not his nature. His position. Then I will remain, he said. Thomas blinked. That's it? Musin glanced at him. There is nothing left to prove. And that was the end. Not of the world. Not of conflict. But of the need for it. Because everything that could be taken had been taken. And everything that remained had chosen to remain. Time continued. Not as it had before, but as something new. People forgot. People chose again. People changed. Some left. Some stayed. Some became something entirely different. No single path. No final form. Only continuation. Thomas stood beneath the wisteria again. I still don't know who you are, he said. Kanao glanced at him. No. A pause. But I think I'd choose to stand here again. Kanao nodded slightly. Yes. That was enough. Around them, the world moved. Not toward a conclusion. Not toward an ending. But forward. Not defined by what had been lost. Not dependent on what might come. But built. Moment by moment. Choice by choice. By those who remained. And somewhere within it. No longer separate. No longer above. Musin Kibutsuji stood as well. Not controlling. Not destroying. Choosing. And that was the quiet, unbreakable truth that remained. That even in a world stripped of everything, there was still something that could not be erased. Not memory. Not meaning. Not power. But the simple, enduring act of choosing to exist. And as long as that continued, the story would never truly end. Only continue. Again. And again. And again.
And that was the story. It was a long one, but I hoped you enjoyed and didn't fall asleep out of boredom. If you liked it, make sure to like, comment, subscribe and ring the bell to be notified when we make a new video. Have a good day and we'll see you later.